Alright everyone, welcome back. I'm Winter, and it is April 13th of 2024. Thank you guys for being here so early. Hopefully, you've had a good day so far, and hopefully it's about to get just a little bit better. Today, we're playing StarCraft with commentary. Thank you. Since we last here, Lazy Turtle, Caprellian, Emperor, Menthu, and Garian. Glad you still enjoyed. Today, we're gonna play some games. They're gonna be good games. We'll see, but otherwise, like and subscribe, or you might miss out, which you don't want to miss out. You don't want to miss out.
New subscriber detected.
This road's too long, I can't make it on my own steam. But it won't be long, once in a while we're allowed to dream.
Well,
But we're gonna make it through the night.
time to regret some decisions.
We're gonna make it through the night.
I'm gonna make it through the dawn. We're gonna let Ghost River through. Sight Delta and Amphion can stay. I'm not dealing with it. But that's the level of creativity I'm feeling today.
I'm fine with this. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Let's see.
Hell, it's about time.
Yeah, what is the current? So currently, Dynasty, which I've criticized as being somewhat Terran favored, that's a bit inaccurate. It only has an 86% win rate in professional games against Zerg, which means Zerg has won some of those games. So I wonder why Dark rage quit. It's Dark Roadrush. Dark has gotten bullied on that map too. Just sitting there like, are you serious against Beyond? Like, is this for real? Yeah, the Zergs are just lazy. Alright. Cure. After beating Dark in GSO, by the way, that. Good to see all Terrans. Just like the interview with Maru after IEM, where he's like, on my best day, I could go 50-50 with Cyril. And then 2 minutes later, he said Zerg should be nerfed. Which is like, there you go. I gotta... Specifically the Infestor. And here we are. That was before the new patch, I might add. Sir, would you mind not just through... Is he just gonna pull the voice? I bet.
Insufficient Vespene gas. Additional Vespene gas required.
Oh my god.
Vespene gas.
Glory to the Daemon.
Additional Vespene gas required.
Another Reaper? What? Uh-oh.
Not enough minerals.
Does that work? Nope. Yeah, there's 2 Reaper entrances on this map, which makes it extra fun. For the whole family. As long as the family is Reapers. I made the mistake of making an observer, thinking I would get actual scouting information that mattered. Okay.
Protoss forces now in combat. Mineral quantity insufficient. Must be placed in power field. Mineral field exhausted.
That's bait.
Not enough energy under assault. Mineral cluster expended. Cannot work there. New technology researched. Insufficient energy. Must construct additional pylons. Additional pylons required.
Can Colossi not go down there?
Construct
It's very
additional
sad.
pylons. Nexus point under enemy activity. Cannot warp there. Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. Mineral quantity. Cluster expended. Additional pylons required. Upgrade completed. Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient. Not. New technology researched. Not additional pylons. Mineral quantity. Must construct additional pylons. Protoss forces now in combat. Cannot work there. Army upgraded. Upgrade completed. More minerals required. Not. Ancient. Pylon under assault. Shadows. Mineral quantity. Not enough minerals. Mineral cluster. Exhausted. Nexus point under exhausted. Mineral quantity in Protoss forces. Exhausted. Mineral quantity. Assault data lock. Mineral field depleted. Not enough minerals. Assault data lock. Vespene Geyser.
Ancient. I am here in the shadows.
Upgrade completed. Cannot.
Consciousness awakened.
Cannot.
I am here.
Mineral field depleted.
Very wise. Shadows. Preside.
Mineral Master cannot warp there. Mineral field exhausted.
Presiding.
Exhausted. Research mineral field depleted.
I am here in the shadows.
Must be placed in power field.
I am here in the shadows.
Upgrade completed.
I am here in the shadows. Consciousness awakened. Ancient glory.
Need more Vespene gas. From the shadows, we embrace the glory of battle. Must be placed. Nexus point under enemy. Vespene Geyser exhausted.
I live.
More minerals required. Point under enemy attack. Must be placed in power field. Mineral cluster must be placed in power field. Cannot. More minerals cannot warp there.
You require my skill, enemy Noah Fury.
Exhausted. Not enough. Mineral field depleted. Must we begin with ancient glory reborn. Must be not enough minerals. More minerals required. Ancient glory reborn. Sleep, we come wilderness. Sleep, I'm here in the shadow. From the shadows. Presiding. Ancient glory.
Not a mess. It wasn't until that last fight that he had lost more resources than me. Jeez.
New subscriber detected.
Still enjoy.
I just don't enjoy. Thank you, Suvail. 63 months. Evil Horse for 9 months. Remember to subscribe and I'll get more money. Gauss 85. 22 months. I just don't enjoy. Tips for TVT. Proxy racks better. I know Zealot run by the planetaries. I was suffering from broke. Not enough people subscribed, so I didn't get the extra minerals.
We require more minerals.
This pool finish.
We require more minerals.
One minute is potentially 12 pool timing. Should have seen a second Ovi by now as well. Yep. The stereotypes are real. He's gonna follow this up with a bunch more Zergling. Embarrassing. I just have more lanes, so. Oh, sloppy. He's +1 carapace now. Was it a 12 pull? He timed out his complimentary chat to right before his pull finished when he had used all his larva. That gave it away. Oh yeah, that doesn't remind me, but so a little bit of spoilers. Finally, so I did some coaching with a player you might know, and that reminds me of. Well, you guys can tell me if this is a good story to lead it off. We're not 100% done with it, but let's see what this one player has to say.
Some BM encounters when I have, for example, I remember when I was ranking up account in Korea, and I just well pulled just to get it over fast with, and then my opponent went like probe scouted and did like a cannon defense that it's natural. He was so happy he was gonna win that he got a little bit BM there, but obviously I still won the game in the end, even though he thought for a moment that he was gonna win because of that. Good start.
Go, go, go!
Obviously. Just an engrossing story. One time someone got mad at me for 12 pulling, but I still beat them. Of course. MS-DOS prompt. That's what a black screen means to you? Okay, boomer. Cursor capture? I actually play with my brain. Oh no. Ah! Oh, here this goes.
Quantity insufficient. Not. Cannot work there. More minerals required. Quantity insufficient. More minerals required.
I don't know, maybe try to play defensive, but that's a bad idea. But it's not a bad idea. Just
Enough minerals.
Let's dispel with the rumor that PvP has any sort of madness. To quote Showtime, probably the most solid, like, macro Protoss in his commentary on Protoss versus Protoss. And, I quote, "This matchup gives me brain damage."
Minerals required. Not enough minerals.
And considering he's European Grandmaster, that means PvP is like 70% of the games.
Additional Vespine gas required. Probes under attack.
Adept.
Enemy assaulting probes.
He didn't cancel. Guess we just let it finish.
Mineral quantity cannot warp there.
Can't fucking see.
Pylon under assault.
Getting real value out of the new sentry. I assume he took the gold. Sentry get a buff. They're no longer light units and they do extra damage to shields, which gives them a bonus overall against Protoss.
Time for battle.
Hey. Where are you going? What the fuck, bro? I mean, I guess he got the sentry, but at what cost?
Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals.
Jimmy, get off the phone! Okay, what the hell? Nailed it. Like, we gotta just... Is this bait? Like... Does he just have a Dark Shrine? Yeah, fuck.
Assaulting probes. Pylon
I'm just gonna do the
more minerals.
attempt to go fucking kill him strat.
Insufficient energy. Under attack. Not enough minerals.
This matchup gives me brain damage. How did he get in again? Is there a pylon in my base? Like... This is an important point.
Now in combat.
Did he walk in originally? There might be a pylon over that corner.
Inadequate supply. Additional pylons.
Should be way ahead, unless he has the gold. In which case it gets weird. He does, fuck.
Where do our
But of course, you can force the issue.
pylons? Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient. Mineral.
I'm here in the shadows.
What a guy.
Assaulting probes.
I didn't kill it. Its reaction time is so fucking slow. What the fuck? Where did he just go? Did you s- There's a pylon in my base. Wow. This whole time. He just put a fucking pylon in my base.
Mineral field exhausted.
Just hide in the corner, they won't notice.
Protoss forces now in combat.
I'm railing probes across the map for proxies, obviously. Not because I... Oh, because of the stupid fucking gold-based rally, too. It's not particularly helpful here. Why is there a probe in here? Thought there was a pylon. Alright. This isn't the dumbest game I've ever played, but it's pretty close.
Justice in praise. The glory of battle. We stand as one.
I can fight the DTs. Wasn't there an observer around here somewhere?
Research completed. Mineral field exhausted. Enemy assaulting probes.
Why is there a probe over there to be assaulted? Oh, these are walled off. They were walled off behind them. What the hell? I found the dark shrine.
Mineral field depleted.
Intriguing.
Warp there.
For the reckoning.
This guy has the reaction time of a potato. Or he has no units. I'm really not sure which one we're looking at here.
I am here in the shadow. We move unseen.
Alright, so instead of being cute, just go fucking punch him in the face. Let's go.
Must
Come
be
on.
placed in power field.
Just attack. Try to make sure he doesn't kill every observer. Kind of an important point here.
Very well.
Oh, he has a lot of Immortal Archon charge lot.
Shadows.
Oh, it's so fucking stupid. It hurts so much.
I just want DTs with a pylon in my base. Like, I'm emotionally recovering from that. Like, you gotta be careful not to get upset that it's so stupid. Because down that path leads destruction. You must stay light as a feather upon the shifting waters of clusterfuckery that is Protoss versus Protoss. Otherwise, you may drown in it.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
SCV ready. I'm going.
More minerals required.
We'll butter my biscuit.
Why is PvP so volatile and chaotic? There's effectively no defender's advantage. Almost every unit can circumvent wall-offs or high ground. And you can potentially warp in on top of your opponent's army. So, I mean, that's part of the defender's advantage. And pretty much every Protoss unit, early or late game, is very strong. It's just they're expensive. So having one more of one key unit, say an Immortal or a Dark Templar, completely changes the game. Any thoughts on Widowmine in their current use? They're used less now. I like it. Because Terrans were like, oh yeah, tanks are still pretty good. Huh. Somehow, nerfing the Widowmine slightly has not had a reverberating effect on Terrans having splash damage against Protoss and Zerg. Like, tanks are still good. They've been good the whole time. It's just Widowmines were easier. You didn't have to think too hard. I've always said the siege tank should be the cool, like, mid to late game unit. It feels fair. Like, it's super good. But also it has clear weaknesses. And is a, like, it's pretty costly. So there's a risk-reward element. Whereas, with the, Widowmine, the thing costs less than a fucking adept. Alright, and people have to throw away adepts just to get basic scouting. And adepts are not going to kill 8 workers in one shot if you're not paying attention.
Cannot build there.
I'm not even gonna kill a Reaper, even if you are.
I'm listening. SCV ready. Bad news? Gas from
Add-on constructed. Not enough minerals. Cannot build there.
It feels like Terrans are harder to play against after the mine nerf. Yeah, because the mine was kind of a crutch as well. Like, people were just like, 70% of the time it does great damage. So it's worth it. Whereas the siege tank, like, 90% of the time does good damage. So it's less, like, extreme potential, but it's more consistent.
Operational. Must build more supply depots.
ready. Yeah. What's going on? This better be good. Well, buttermilk biscuit. Opening. Bad news. You got coordinates or what?
Liberation is at hand.
What is that about? Not DTs again.
Big job, huh?
Commander.
Operational. Add-on comfort. Operational.
Need something liberated?
Insufficient. Not denied.
Attention! Yes, sir.
Been waiting on you.
We're returning fire.
This, you gonna give me?
Additional Vesping cannot build there.
SCV ready.
Insufficient energy.
Armed and ready. SCV ready.
State your request.
You gonna give me orders?
Mineral cluster expended.
In the rear, we ready. Who wants? Armed
Mineral
and ready.
field exhausted. Mineral field depleted.
SCV ready.
Easy.
Mineral field.
We could use some help here.
We have you on screen.
Mineral cluster expended.
10-4. SCV ready.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral cluster expended. Hell, it's about ready. New technology researched. Hostile forces
We're returning
engaged.
fire.
It's about time. Mineral cluster expended. Yes. Just as I deserve. Research completed. Mineral field depleted.
All hands to battle. Ready for dust.
Need more Vespine gas. Mineral field exhausted.
SCV ready. Let's have a blast. What's our target? By the numbers, boy. Go, go, go!
Additional upgrade completed. What's going on? Not enough. Go time.
SCV ready. Gangway, coming through. SCV ready. This better be good. In the rear with the key. Big job. Go ahead. Who wants some?
Ready for dust off.
SCV base under siege.
What's going on? Been waiting. By the numbers. Who wants some? SCV ready.
Mineral cluster expended.
Go, go, go! Wanna be boy? Sure. Under that. Sure thing.
Cannot build there.
What's going on?
Operational.
I didn't expect him to be behind me. He had come through the rocks. Finally, the archaeological dig. Mm-hmm.
What's going on?
All right.
Mineral quantity
Second attempt.
insufficient. Not enough minerals.
I'm sure it's gonna be any better than the first.
More minerals required.
You're the boss.
Not enough minerals.
Bad news. SCV ready. Big job. Go in. Huh? Bad news.
Additional supply. Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required.
Huh? SCV ready. Go ahead. Ben, big job, huh? What's going on? SCV ready. What's going on? Bad news. SCV ready. Yes, sir. Ben? Huh? In the rear with the gear. SCV ready. Yo. Big. Go ahead. Huh? Bad news? What's going on? Gangway. Coming through. Go ahead. You gonna give me orders? In the rear with the gear. This better be
Command
good.
center upgraded.
Big
Oh,
job.
come on, bro.
New subscriber detected.
Thanks for keeping it real.
By the number. Ah! Who was? Been waiting on you. Keep your shirt. SCV ready. What's going on? This better be good. Armed and bad news? Big job, huh?
Add-on. Mineral quantity insufficient.
Huh? You gonna give me orders? Go in. SCV ready. You wanna be boy? This better be. Who was? You gonna give me orders? 10 more. SCV ready.
Oh, I let him in. And then he didn't take it.
SCV ready.
Add command center upgraded. Not enough minerals.
Who wants? SCV ready.
Add on constructed.
Why are you...
What's going on? Good.
More cannot build there.
By the numbers, boys. Who wants? Armed. This better be good. SCV ready. Been waiting on you.
Go on.
Armed and ready. Big job.
Quantity.
SCV ready.
Oh,
SCV ready. I'm on.
just
Not enough minerals. Not enough energy.
SCV ready.
it's about to get heavy.
Got a whole bunch, some.
More minerals required.
You want a piece? SCV ready.
It's go time.
Bandits, been waiting this better. SCV ready.
Not enough minerals.
Let's have a blood.
Insufficient.
SCV ready. By the numbers, boys.
Fuck.
Want some? SCV ready. Okay, let's do it. What's going on? By the numbers.
Technology researched.
In the rear with the gear.
Cannot build there.
This better be good. Big boy, crew one. You gonna get by the. This better be good. Armed and ready. Go ahead. Big job, huh?
Cannot build there.
You gonna. Bandit. Crew one, big boy. SCV ready. I'm going. By the numbers, boys.
Cannot build there.
Ah! SCV ready. This better be good.
Mineral army upgraded. Cannot build there.
SCV ready.
Cannot build there.
In the rear. This better be good.
More minerals.
Boom, baby.
SCV ready.
Let's have a blast.
That's fine.
Research completed.
Got it. What's going on?
Cannot build there.
Hear me. In the rear with the gear.
Not enough minerals. More minerals required.
Get heavy.
CVs under not enough minerals. Base under siege. Base under siege.
By the numbers, boys. Go you. Armed and ready. Men, this better be
Under siege.
by the numbers. You gonna give
Enemy
me orders?
attacking SCVs.
Bandit. Been waiting on you. Armed and ready. Who wants some? In the rear. By the numbers, boys. Who wants some?
Landing zone obstructed.
Affirmative. This better be
Under siege.
Can't wait. Been waiting.
Rounds on me. One. Sure set. Just stay where.
Where's my starport?
Base under siege.
Bad news? Go ahead. What's going on?
How many minerals do I need for a banshee? Oh, if I use this tech lab, I can't let him see it. No.
Base under siege.
You scared me.
Like, this one adept, I can't afford a tech lab and to get a banshee without potentially losing my base. But at the same time,
Base under siege.
I need him to leave. My god. Thing is, he's gonna mine enough for a stalker or two by the time.
You scared me.
SCVs under attack. Enemy attacking SCVs.
There's no reason not to use them all. Enough for a second one.
Engine screaming. Nope.
Base under siege.
I got my ears on.
Did I kill his cyber core? No.
Pull back. Yeah? Turbine.
Landing zone obstructed.
Loud and clear.
Landing zone obstructed.
Receiving. Fine.
An oracle?
Engaging. I got this. Confirmed.
Yeah.
Roger that. Engine screaming. Call the ball. I got my ears on. Loud and clear. Holla back. Yeah?
He had enough minerals the whole time. Maybe he had like an upgrade depowered or something. I don't know.
Holla back.
Well, I technically have cloak. We'll see what we can make happen. I doubt it though.
Not enough energy.
Loud and clear. Done and
He has more revelations, like.
I got my ears on.
What a mess. So close with the Marauders, but could have micro better. That's always true, though. Honestly, I was surprised to get that close.
Insufficient.
Fucking idle probe. 0 second mark. Beautiful. Not beautiful. Terrible. I would have been the main, would have been better. And how would that destroy his buildings? If he builds a Nexus, he can long distance mine. Also, he could build an Archon out of his DTs if he needed anti-air. So it wasn't like a single air unit was gonna win the game. The choice was Cloak Banshee and hope he can't afford detection. Well, one Banshee might have been able to do it, because that way I could protect my mining. But this was all gambling that he didn't have enough for another base. If he has enough for another base, it all goes out the window, because I have no workers left. What? Fuck is this? Fuckery's afoot.
Cannot warp there. Must be placed in power field. Additional Vespene gas required.
The firstborn shall persevere.
State thy bidding.
Cannot warp there. Pylon under assault.
Cold is the void.
Insufficient Vespene. More minerals required. Mineral Protoss forces now in combat.
That's bait.
Mineral cluster expand.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Enemy assaulting probes. Mineral
I'm here.
Mineral field depleted. Cannot warp there. Laser mineral cluster. Insufficient energy.
Jesus. The Colossus stayed targeted on the bunker for so long. You fool. Yeah, I'll do that though.
Mineral field depleted. Cannot warp there.
Jesus.
Enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals. Mineral field exhausted. Pylon under assault. Cannot warp there. Nexus point cannot. Cannot take theirs. Not enough.
I am here in the shadow.
Mineral quantity.
The fuck?
Let our enemy know. We are one with the shadows.
Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient. Must construct additional pylons.
I am the voice.
Additional pylons. Upgraded.
We are one with the shadows. I am the heart of darkness.
Cannot warp there.
I am the voice.
Nexus point under attack. Probes under attack. Cluster expended. Protoss forces now in combat. Inadequate mineral field exhausted. Must construct additional pylons. Cannot. I return to Earth. Cannot warp there.
We begin anew. Ancient.
Must be.
From the shadows I come.
Cannot warp. Protoss forces now in combat. Cannot warp there. Upgrade. Mineral. Cannot warp. Nexus point under enemy. Must be placed in power field. Mineral cluster. New consciousness awakening. Mineral field resources. No, not possible. Nexus point. Research completed. We imprint the glory of battle. Nexus point under enemy attack. We imprint no, not possible. Supply. Need more Vespine gas. Intriguing. You require. Let our enemy have fury. We are one with the shadows. Expend.
Jesus. Ah! What a mess. It was pretty, like, he shouldn't have... The lack of expansion was a bit of a giveaway. I don't know what I thought it was, because you only had one gas, but... I mean, I didn't really do anything differently, but... Not surprising. I make too many probes again. 95 is pushing it for sure. Ah. No. We're doing some low APM challenge tonight. That was a solid game. I was right on the edge of it. Barely kept it together, but oh my god, I can't even talk. Because I know, like, I can feel him sending out a drop to right click on a Nexus. But that doesn't always mean you can stop it. God. Armor upgrade should apply to Protoss build. Sure, for double the price of armor upgrades. No, what? I should repair slowly over time. Nope, that's Zerg. Stop taking other races' things. Time to bully gold players. Is it gold? Are we in gold? I think we're in gold, yeah. I'm treating this as kind of my 2024 build order guides. Now, those who are watching closely and actually paying attention will find them to be incredibly similar to the builds of 2022 and 2020. And that's because they're effectively the same. But you got to put new stuff out there so people feel like it's up to date. All right? It's like iPhones. Okay, we slapped 17 more gigapixels into this camera. And now, you have more hard drive space for very important things. All right, groundbreaking. But first, we're gonna make, so in gold, the APM limit 75. Like, I've worked it out over so after many moons of practice and time, I've worked out 75 APM, at least for Terran up through gold. The idea here is not necessarily to limit what I'm doing, but instead prove that you only need a certain amount in order to rank up. A lot of people get intimidated, like, oh my god, I played a guy with 273 APM, which is higher than the average of Masters, by the way. Does that mean he's a smurf? No, it just means he's good at doing a lot of things repeatedly and not being very effective. Just ask his non-existent girlfriend. So, it's more about how you use it than how many times. And in this case, we're going to be focusing on the fun dimentals, which is fabs. Okay? Fabs. Fighting? Alright, you got into a fight. That happens sometimes. Or no, it was FUBs. FUBs. Can't remember my own acronym. Fighting. Upgrades, buildings, SCVs, and supply depots. We start with the F because it makes a good acronym, and because usually things go wrong after a fight. I think most players, most people are able to do a build that in a vacuum with no opponent or like easy AI or something. But no plan survives contact with the enemy, and neither does the mental fortitude of your average player. So getting past this point and not losing track of what you're doing and deciding, you know what, now is a good time for the Battlecruisers, is a big part of maintaining some level of consistency. Zerg. On Dynasty. Which, this is probably the most relevant map pool to actually care about which map you're on in quite a while.
Another. You got this.
As it has some of the most polarizing map features. In this case, we have the gold mineral base / wall to the back. Which, let's be honest here, is probably the best for Terran of anyone. As Terrans can take the most advantage of it the most safely. Whereas Zergs, and to an extent Protoss, kind of struggle to defend that sort of mineral line. So, I like to hotkey the building SCV as well, just make it easier. I don't think that's super necessary, but gonna get the barracks on 16, well, after the supply depot. I really like to tie things in to when other things are happening, because supply is just a number, man. Like, at a 15, 16, alright, I'm not here to judge, but what's important is you're building SCVs constantly, and build the barracks after the depot. And then the gas, while you have 75, after the barracks. And that's the simple version. 16 and 17 if everything's going well. And sending out that SCV right around 1 minute. That means you'll get there in time to see whether he's going hatchery first or anything else. So, looks like a hatch first. I'm just going to do a once around with the cameraman to see. We're making a Marine first. We're not doing any sort of silly Reaper plays. No.
Will be rewarded.
We see the spawning pulp timing. We see that he has gas. And now we're going to see our way home. Because that's all I need to know. So what does this mean? He's not doing any sort of super shenanigans super early. He has a hatch first, so he doesn't have a pool very quickly. And he has gas behind, which means he probably will go Zergling speed roaches on the table, but either way, it's still going to be a little while till it can hit. So this SCV thought that it was going back to work, going to see its family, but maybe right after you build the bunker. Because we're still doing the most defensive, probably the most basic opener, which is 111, Barracks Factory Starport, but it is siege tanks. Hellions are the most common choice at the higher levels, so we're not ignoring those, but I think a solid siege tank opener is probably the safest and easiest to replicate, and possibly in all 3 matchups. To start things off. So I'm getting the second gas is after I start the factory, but soon after. And then orbital always as soon as possible. I'm gonna have a Marine just check if there are any OVs back here. There might be. And now we're going to build a starport. Hotkey that in. I like to use all the production on the same key, on 5. Whoa. Some players pick 5, 6, 7. I used to use 5, 6, 7 in Wings of Liberty, playing Terran, but I've come around to the just tabbing through in order to produce, like tab, 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 tab. Each of those is an APM because you're technically selecting different ones, so. I'm actually gonna, no. Let's get in the habit of walling off correctly. So here, I'm gonna wall off 2 more depots because I don't have a 3rd CC. We're going to get a Banshee first, just for safety reasons. All right, always bring your safety Banshee to work. Make sure I have a 2nd tank queued up. More supply depots. We're gonna put this tank kind of like far enough back that social distancing with the bunker, so that way it doesn't get picked off easily, but it's also in the fight. 1 bunker. We've got those depots. I'm getting barracks 2 and 3. They're actually a little late, but around 35 SCVs. 30 to 40 is when you usually get round 2 production, which is barracks 2 and 3. But man, we got some of those. But 35-ish SCVs is right on the money. I'm gonna hotkey in this engineering bay with the orbital commands. That's my favorite way of kind of doing upgrades, so you can just, because it always, the orbitals are gonna take priority, but then I press tab. +1 infantry. And 40 SCVs. We're gonna get 2 more gases. The Banshee is my scout, so we're gonna move these guys over. Just a little bit of flipping around. This is gonna be another tech lab. We're still going tanks. This is gonna be a reactor for medevacs. And we're gonna get, yeah, just let me just scooch right past you there. And then stim, combat, shield. Build supply depots. Yes, again. So with the Banshee, I want to see if he has a gold. It's a camera Banshee. I got a little supply block. We're just gonna drop supply here. And then little depot there. Queue up a couple more. Okay, he has the gold. I'm also gonna scan the main. Looks like he's got everything. That is a roach warren, that's a baneling nest, that is 3 spore crawlers. So he does have that gold. The Banshee got 8 kills. So as I get my 3rd command center, which is usually when you have the minerals and you have your 3 barracks factory up, but somewhere around there. I'm aiming for like 5 to 6 minutes. Then, now, at about 40 to 50 SCVs, closer to 50 here, barracks 4 and 5, and then armory and engineering bay. All right, now you see your production line. You got your tech, you got more barracks, you got more engi bays and upgrades, and we got +1 on the way. Now I gotta decide if I want to attack. And right now,
But have we learned anything?
let's make sure I'm producing. Make sure we have
Your
plenty of
upgrade is
SCVs. We do. Armor upgrade. I'm now queuing up some Marines. We're gonna get a couple medevacs. Only have the minerals in a moment.
Research all done. CC
And
upgraded.
a siege
But
tank.
you got no minerals. Good job keeping that money down.
I don't have 3 in gas. Classic mistake here. Get that set up. These are gonna be reactors. I already have 2 tech labs. Gonna move down towards the gold as well. And as I take my 3rd, that's when we're starting some missile turrets. So he may have mutas, he may not. Either way, like I'm not gonna build 10 of them. I don't know what he's doing, but I'm also just gonna make sure, just in case. Now we're gonna scan and see. Very little. Could be anything here, but here's the situation. I have medevacs. I have siege tanks.
You're
Now,
right on his-
if I'm feeling comfortable, I want to make sure that I don't just sit in my base till 200 supply. You can do that. Like, that'll get you pretty far. But, so here's the key point. My timings are all kicking in here. I have +1 coming up. I've got plenty of tanks. You might see this coming, but that's why we have the Banshee, which I'm going to put on patrol here as I work to siege up on this side. So now we see the Zerglings, where they are, making sure I get all of this. But the Banshee allows us to know this is coming. And now remember, fighting, upgrades, building, SCVs. I already fought. I'm looking at my upgrades, looking good. +2 armor.
Upgrade is all mineral field depleted.
Any more buildings? How about we reallocate some SCVs and get a 4th command center? And then SCVs and production. All right. And now we're back to fighting. Oh, I forgot my supply depots, but I think we're gonna do a little bit of basic splits. There's a lot of roaches. Am I scared of this? So the beauty of this map here, we're just right-clicking into the medevacs, is I can just do this. So now I'm intentionally looking away. We're gonna build more depots. We're gonna build more medevacs. I'm probably gonna lose a couple medevacs here. And boost, shift, right-click, and we're getting out. In fact, we're just gonna queue up, head on over there.
Out of that mineral field. Upgrade complete.
What are you guys doing?
But at what
Oh,
cost?
they're long distance spotting the gold because
Upgrade
of the
completed.
pathing. Man.
Your
That's a
forces
little
are
dicey. All right, got the depots.
Mind out of that cluster. And still in the game.
Run! I didn't realize I still had some medevacs there. So siege tanks are still a strong choice. Let's get those upgrades. +3. Gonna move this down. I still had a siege tank. More Marines. And then I can add on, honestly, I'd probably prefer to add factories and or starports. Just control shift all these units into the group. Can we move, please? Thank you. Let's see. Oh, that means he's close. Usually Hydras are not on their own. They travel in packs, which means his army's over here. So we're just gonna get all set up. This is turning into a planetary. More building. More tank. More medevac.
A mineral field has been depleted. Upgrades
You
must construct
This
additional
looks
supply
so
depots.
dope. Gotta get another planetary. Here we are.
You must construct
Stim the Marines. And You know what? We can bring these guys back and shift
More
one.
CC upgrade done. You remember
Can
this time?
unsiege the tanks. And work our way towards that other
Must
base.
construct addition.
Upgrades, +3 armor on the way. How long on +2 weapons? Still working on it. Scan ahead. Don't be intimidated by Hydras, especially Hydras with inferior upgrades. Those are Marines, the best that the Terran prisons have to offer. I'm pretty sure that he mined through there, so we can one by one.
And still in
Not the ideal method. Looks like he has another base over here. So I don't need to kill his main.
my friend.
So let's say that didn't go so well. Ghost Academy, because we may need a defense against lurkers. Second factory. Starport. I'm actually going to queue up high-sec auto-tracking and building armor. We're going to make sure we got these gases here.
An
Take
upgrade's
another
been
base.
completed.
Queue up some siege tanks. Start
More gas.
+3 mech
How many
weapons.
gas is at 1 out of 3? You require more
I don't know why I'm
Vespene gas.
leaning over.
Build that. That's enough.
Is that the plus? How many upgrades are there?
By the numbers.
Oh,
Upgrade complete.
oh, there's no base here.
What cost?
Unsiege the tanks.
You maxed out. Can't build it.
So that's a lot of banelings there. But, so the important part of dealing with banelings is not panicking. If it's just banelings, they're nothing. So, especially slow banes. If you start running away, that's the banelings can smell fear. And it makes them much stronger. This is an important point. So, the basic siege tank. Did we get there? 74. So, in that case, really, the only major worries are if they're going to do a very early all-in, and 2, when you move out, your army not getting caught. Otherwise, the only really relevant part is making sure you nail down the build. Worrying about whether he has lings or banelings or roaches is kind of irrelevant, because the defense is almost always similar. Siege tanks and banshees are going to be your kind of catch-up on those points. And if they do an early attack, and even if it does some damage, that is very costly for Zerg. You can't easily recover from, even Dark struggles to have a significant amount of drones after some sort of early all-in. Which usually means they're just going to follow up with another all-in, but a lot of players get intimidated just assuming that the Zerg is way ahead when they do any damage. But remember, they've cut into their own economy to build any unit. Protoss.
I'm sure it'll be better this time.
Literally, that's his name. It's Protoss. Sorry for that. Yeah. So we're gonna do a similar opener.
Yep.
The major points here are scouting whether he expands, and then if he ends up going Stargate, we may want to get a Cyclone. Though I'm not necessarily going to be committed to that.
You scared me.
Oh shit,
You
he is
must
Terran.
construct additional
Oh
supply
my
depots.
god, bamboozle. He had a Protoss. It worked. He had a. You're right. It said it right there. He had a Protoss portrait. His name is Protoss. He's Terran.
SCV ready.
Well. Now, what's the difference? I'm actually going to go 2 gas. You could still do the 1 gas expand against Terran. It's just a little more vulnerable. because if they just have a bunch of Reapers or an early siege tank push, you could definitely be in trouble. But it's not the end of the world if you end up just going one Rax expand. Certainly not great against, say, I don't know, 2 barracks Reaper, for example.
Yep.
Just kind of a hypothetical there.
In the rear with the gear.
I'm not going to bother walling off. It's not really relevant against Reapers.
Move it. Big job, huh? Yo.
I'm going to
Command center
actually
upgrade.
patrol the SCV over here, because I want to send it back in later to get more info. And I'm patrolling it so it doesn't show up on the auto worker key. Pretty much. Makes it a little less distracting.
SCV ready.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can I afford to get... I'm just going to get one more supply depot here. We'll see when he commits. But pretty much, I'm sitting on the high ground until I get at least a Cyclone. And then we'll see. Do I want to build a 3rd Reaper? Yes. If he comes in this way, it'll be easier to engage him anyway, so.
SCV ready.
Going back to 3 in gas.
What's going on?
Send in this SCV in.
What you want? Fear the
Does he have? I mean, you can see him.
SCV ready.
Hopefully he waits a moment for me. Yep. He has expanded. On the low ground, I might add. So, that's actually
base
very
is under
important to know. This means I can probably just take these and attack across the map. I'm also going to build a Liberator, because Reapers don't shoot up, and he's unlikely to have tech. So, we're going to get a reactor here. I'm expanding. Very important to expand. I have the money.
You got coordinates? Channel's clear, boss.
Need to make sure that, like, I don't think this will necessarily win the game. It's possible, but... it depends on whether he's able to get a factory, I think, pretty much. I'm gonna do a bit of micro here. So, I can actually siege up the Liberator at the bottom of the ramp. Which means that no units will be able to get down. I'm putting a tech lab on my factory here.
Channel's clear, boss.
I've never seen this screen.
So, getting the 111, which should, except for the niche scenarios of getting caught off guard by Reapers, be superior to multi-barracks builds. The multi-barracks relies on keeping you off guard, keeping you busy, whereas the 111, you have all the options. We maintained it. Protoss, indeed. Almost didn't catch it. But, so, I think if you're, just as a tip for those filthy proxy Rexers out there, so like 50% of Terrans, the second barracks might be better off, like, either outside the base or in the corner. Madness. We'll scout a little earlier. It's not that necessary to scout
Oh, here we go.
earlier as Terran against random.
Need
Because
more minerals.
the difference is whether you take the second gas or not. And once again, even if you don't, it's not the end of the world.
SCV ready.
All right.
SCV ready.
Gonna send out this. So this
Supply
is
depots are in short.
1 or 2 SCVs
Supply.
earlier than the usual scout. But I'm not bothering with trying to leave a space or anything for Jesus. I mean the add-on. I'll just flip it over to an add-on later if I need it. But I don't want to risk messing up the wall. Alright. Let's see what kind of random player we got on our hands.
Yeah, big job.
Zerg. Does he have gas? Nope. I'm actually gonna patrol around and see if he gets gas by the time the pool finishes. This is important info. Notice he has 3 larvae there. If he has 3 larvae when the pool finishes, it's likely that he will just be building Zerglings off of that. What do I do with that info? It's not that important, but let's see. He does not have 3 larvae, so it's unlikely he can get too much damage. We're gonna expand to the low ground.
Minerals. Are you
I'm doing a
saturated
bit of a
yet?
different build here. It's a bit, I guess, greedier is technically
Your
accurate,
CC
but
is now BCC. A
we're gonna
better
get
command
behind
center.
the OV so it doesn't get pushed the wrong direction. We might be able to just kill it there.
What's going on? Big job, huh? Bad news? Go ahead.
You can't build that.
I think 2 SCVs. I actually kind of screwed up. Now, you remember leaving space for the reactor? Well,
Build supply depots. Yes.
that's
Again.
why.
You scared me.
It's a little off. I'll probably just build the reactor directly on the factory. Or wait, we're doing tanks. Oh, we should have a reactor on the barracks eventually.
You gonna give me orders?
This is a lesson in adapting your build when you make some innocuous mistakes. All right, that's what we're doing here. Aha, didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, whatever.
Which, there's 1 or 2 more Marines. I got the Overlord early, which is a pretty huge deal.
This better be good.
And this SCV, I want to go see if he started a 3rd base. I don't think he should have one done. If he does, well then we're completely safe. But if he doesn't have a 3rd, I need to be prepared for an attack. If he does, what do we have?
Command
25
center
SCVs here. Yeah, not time to build barracks 2 and 3 yet. There's really only one option for 3rd bases. Sorry, SCV, but
Add-on finished up.
have a nice life. Oh, he didn't have a 3rd.
In the rear with the gear.
Important to note.
SCV
We're gonna make sure we have 2 spaces each there. Remember the social really? Is that the quickest
You
way?
need more gas for that.
Tank? Okay, fine.
SCV ready.
More Vespine gas.
It thinks so. Usually they know pretty well.
Huh?
We're gonna get barracks 2 and 3. NG base.
Going on.
1 to wall.
SCV ready.
Hotkey that in.
Fueled up, ready to go. SCV ready.
This tank on the high ground. This one just at the back. Still building SCVs. And I got a scam. Roach Warren, a lot of gas.
SCV ready.
He may have a lair at his natural,
SCV ready.
but I don't think so. We got 40 SCVs. Gas is 2 and 3. Getting +1 right there. And
Not
+1
enough
armor. Oh, here's the shenanigans. Oh, run! Got those tanks on the high ground. I could have walled off here, but... well, that's why we leave space for Jesus. So we can rain down long-range artillery on our enemies. Alright. And now, switching over. Oh, no. Little bit of add-on swapping time. And get that third command
No
center.
minerals for that. More supply depots.
More supply depots. All right. Yeah, I'm definitely, like, if I'm hard supply block, no depots on the way, dropping supply is no problem. It's way better than mules. On, like, a pure economic sense, it is not as efficient. Like, you don't save as many minerals, but not being able to produce SCVs is pretty bad for your economy. Pro tip. All right. Camera Banshee.
Add-on finished.
Siege tank. Tab. And honestly, medevacs aren't a huge priority. I only have like 8 Marines right now, so let's see what the camera Banshee sees. I'm building while I send it in. There's the lair on the way. Alright. What do we got down here? We're taking a look at the drone count. We're still building during all this. We're just watching the Banshee while I produce. You see, queuing up things. Even if it dies. Which, of course, heroes never die. But, we got the info, which is no gases at the natural. Layer on the way, not done. So what does this mean? Once I finish up the stim and combat shield and get another medevac, there's really no reason not to attack. So we're going to do an early attack timing here. For most important things, making sure that I have all my production up and my third. We need to take the third. This is, if nothing else, well, there are a lot of other things, but one of the main things I think that Metal League players struggle with is actually just take it. Just go to your third. Go take it. No, at your third, not over here. Not over here, so you don't feel responsible for it. There. There's only one spot on this map, much to Zerg's dismay.
But I'm still waiting on high-sec auto track.
But if I see another Terran decide that this is their third at the 14-minute mark, I am going to be whelmed. All right? We're going to start the... I'm not going to be surprised. I'm not even going to be disappointed, because that would take too much emotional effort. But... we're transferring SCVs. Gonna queue up another round. Unsiege some tanks. Gonna shift click. Shift. I left clicked on the mini map towards their base. Shift click. So what this is doing is when I do that, I'm no longer selecting those units. I'm gonna make a depot line here just to funnel. And that means they're scouting ahead for me.
Take corner base as second base.
Also gonna send out that Banshee. Because the Banshee, of course, gonna get all the extra info. These should be reactors. Alright. There's the army in the scan. Most important thing is before attacking to build another round of units to totally not replace the ones I'm about to lose. So, this is a pretty nasty location for the tanks here. The rocks usually make really nice locations for them. Because it's very hard to get surface area. Thankfully, the new map pool essentially is filled. It's riddled with rocks. Dustin Browder would be very proud. So we're making more Marines, making some siege tanks, making some medevacs, and making some SCVs. And then fighting. It should be the third. We got some units popping out here. It looks like he has a fourth base based on where those drones went. We're gonna wait for the Hydras to pop out here. Oh, I thought those were Hydras. They were in production for a while. Another round of production. A bit supply block. Don't judge.
An upgrade's been completed.
Does he have another base? No. Okay. He's just run it. Okay. So, we'll start 3-3 upgrade. Queue up some more Marines, siege tanks, medevacs,
Supply
SCVs.
depots are in short supply.
Unsiege. Clear the creep. Aiming for the center. So that way, because the animation, like the actual everything is pretty far outside of the actual center animation. So I'm gonna control click the siege tanks and shift click the hydras there. But he had enough to deal with it. Is this a diplomatic offering, sir?
The enemy is all over your SCVs.
It appears no. Interesting drone strike strategy.
You took all the minerals from that cluster, you thief.
So, a little bit late on the reactor in the main. But if he doesn't have a third, and I'm on 2 base, as a Terran, if you're on equal bases, you're in good shape. The principles of Zerg still apply, where they do want more, because hatcheries are essentially your barracks as Zerg. So the less hatcheries, the more, the less potential you have. Or really, your command centers and your barracks. They're everything, because they're your production facilities. So being on 2 hatches forces you down a certain lane, because you can't both build a bunch of units and build a bunch of drones. It's or for Zerg. So you see, after that first attack, to be honest, I probably could have just unsieged and gone across the map after a bit of repair. But at the end of the day, it's more important to make sure I have everything locked down, just in case you find yourself in a situation that is, it's not such a resounding victory. Sometimes they'll get a tank or 2. Sometimes they'll be able to break through before you're quite ready. And you might lose some SCVs. Or even your army. Did we get there? No! Failure!
Shame. Shame. Shame.
76. A bit much. A bit fancy. If, as time goes on, like, you get more economy, honestly, it's far over 75 APM to macro at near full efficiency on 3-4 bases. Just building Marines. Like, you can build something like 30 to 40 Marines a minute at that point. So, on top of the SCVs, any other buildings, and that's before microing a single unit.
Remember, don't panic. Okay, maybe a little panic.
Zerg. Alright. Let's try. We're graduating. We're getting towards Platinum. So we're graduating into the land of Hellions. Because it is important to eventually have that down. So we're going to do a real build here. So you know what I'm going to do? Is I'm going to up the limit to 80. This is allocating 5 more APMs to Micro, Reaper, and Hellions. Mostly as more cameras, as opposed to doing damage. But this is going to be, assuming it all goes well, a version, a stripped-down version, the stock starter version of what you'll see most of the time from, like, Clem, or Maru, or Cure. More likely Cure. The 111 Hellion Banshee. That's a drone scout. which we're gonna send another SCV out to deal with as I want to expand. Of course, if he's, you know, I guess it could turn into a proxy. That is a hatch first. If I get there, it's in the yellow. It's definitely hatch first. Hang out in the main for a bit.
You scared me.
Gonna build the command center.
Bad news.
This SCV on the high
No
ground.
minerals. Good job keeping that money down.
Set up those rally
CC
points.
upgrade done.
Drop this.
You remember this
He
time?
has 0 larva ready. 1 larva when the pool finishes. Which means he can't have a bunch of Zerglings coming across the map. Just your standard. We're gonna make the Reaper. We're gonna go scout for a third. It's a camera Reaper, remember. We're not here to pretend to be Clem. Alright, we're just like a poor impression. Does he have a third? Is he spreading creep? And if he has some Zerglings. So we're building a reactor at home after 1 Marine. The reason is that factories take longer to build than reactors do. So usually you want to build just 1 Marine and then a reactor behind, and then the timing lines up. As opposed to the other way around. And now I'm getting my 3rd command center. Yes, a 3cc build. I'm gonna just set the Reaper on this base. I noticed this on the mini-map. I said he couldn't have many Marines, but I found them here. So, this is a bit risky. Gotta be very quick on the switch here. Depending on what side of the map you're on, it can be more risky to switch your add-ons. The Reaper camera. We're gonna go around and take a look.
CC upgrade done.
No second
You
gas.
remembered.
Gonna get a tech lab on that. We're making SCVs while I'm taking a look around. Not that many drones, but he just built another round of drones. Come back in here. Gonna drop mules on the high ground. Get a second guess. Looks like he got me.
Add-on is good to go.
I'll move this guy over. This is the add-on for the starport, which we built as soon as I had the resources after the factory. And 3rd command center is done, which acts as our next couple supply depots as well. That's why you build it so early, otherwise you get supply blocked at 46 and have to build more depots
Add-on
early.
finished up. You picked that one? Not enough minerals.
Are you ready? SCV ready.
Alright,
CC upgraded.
now we're gonna get those depots.
SCV ready.
As I get more Hellions and the Banshee done, which I'm gonna just rally to the ramp, which is usually a safe spot, just in case you get caught off guard. We're gonna start stim. Get barracks 2, 2, and 3. And now, do I have an opportunity to kill some drones? Okay. Now we run away. I'm not gonna keep going. Gonna get a second Banshee. This Banshee will just simply patrol out here, building SCVs. Gonna move this over. Build a tech lab now. Gonna go for tanks. And then double NG Bay to complete the wall. And more than 40 SCVs. We can get the gases on the low ground. Dropping mules. I'm gonna build barracks 4 and 5 now. There's a lot more of a production explosion with the 3cc build because those mules give you a huge amount of mineral income, but at kind of a weird time where before you're kind of incrementing it out, but suddenly I have 500 minerals. That's because those mules almost doubled my income as the 3rd CC finished up. So now I have 5 barracks down here, adding reactors. Gonna get a tank.
It's about
And just building a reactor on this. Make sure we have 3 out of 3 in gas. We're good across the board. And I'm gonna go take my 3rd. Clearly a supply block is coming up, so just queue up. It's a lot of depots, but better to have them and not need them. Or the other way around.
Research is done. Your supply
Yeah,
depots
that's
are in
right.
short,
That was the right one.
Supply. Add-on complete.
Let's go sit down over here.
More supply depots.
What's going on?
Gonna get this siege tank. So, I like this spot on this map. Right here, tucked in. Gonna get some more tanks. Building more marine. And let's give it a scan. He's been quiet for a while. Alright. So, he's got upgrades on the way. I appreciate those macro hatches, by the way. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's a smart idea. Unironic. We're gonna go take the third base. Banshee's still on patrol. Gonna put it over here. Gonna put this Banshee. Another round of Marines there. How many SCVs? Oh yeah, we gotta queue up some more. So how am I gonna set up my base? I'm gonna get a tank
And still in the game?
behind the command center. And behind is kind of relative to where the units are usually at. We're gonna just wall off with depots. Usually 3 depots is enough. And then on this, well, we might get to test it immediately. We're gonna do a bit of a split. Runaway SCVs. Alright.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
Thank you, gentlemen. So I need the mineral log back.
Your SCVs will be DED if you don't stop.
The Banshees are, you stupid you, lazy. No, you
Mineral patch
incompetent
is gone, and
before.
it's not coming back.
No, I keep trying, but I can't come up with anything nice, so just won't
Can't
say
build
anything
there.
at all.
Your SCVs are on strike.
So, already seeing the immediate value of that setup. So putting the tank in this little area funnels the Zerglings. And since I'm not hard walling off because you want to funnel, it's like tower defense. It effectively is tower defense. You want to funnel the Zerglings into a fun area for your tanks to hit, but you don't want to wall off because then they'll just break down the wall automatically. So, I'm just holding down the Marine button.
No minerals
Some
for that.
SCVs. We're at 69, which is nice enough. So that'll probably be my last group. Let's get that Hellion to the watchtower over there. And I'm gonna patrol these Hellions around. I haven't been focusing on that.
Research all done.
I'll key that in. Couple more
You must
medevacs,
construct
and then
additional
after
supply
medevacs 5 and 6, that's when like Liberators maybe even Vikings. Does he have a hive? He's got a Spire on the way. All
More
right.
supply depots.
So we're gonna get zoning turrets. We've already got one over here for some reason. We're gonna drop supply because,
depots are in short supply.
well, a bit incompetent. Get some more depots.
Ready for dust off.
I need to start adding in a few Marauders as well to make it a little easier to micro. And now we're moving out because I've got 2-2 finishing and we saw the Spire time. So there's no reason to just sit back because the best defense against Mutas is a good offense. He's working on that base.
You're upgraded.
Ready for dust off.
Okay, so don't panic. We're gonna move these guys back, do a little split like that, and another one, and one more for the road. And that'll have to do for now. Save the tank. And 3-3. It might look bad, but you gotta trust in your production. That's the key here. We're gonna micro. We lost all the Marines, but think of what we gained. Experience. And also he lost all his Banelings, so.
Ready for dust off.
How did you split the Marines? Just box them? It's something that it does take time, but boxing them and then just continually moving them back. And that isn't a particularly, it's probably the most basic There is no, like, split my Marines button. But it's just taking some of them and leaving some so that the Banelings will trigger on them. And that's why I need to add in Marauders now. Because Marauders can tank a lot of hits. In much the same way that Marines... Not so much. Not so much. Getting +2 here. Bring in Vikings. Sure, a safe bet. Like, even if he's in the later game. Gonna get some turrets. Get a sensor tower. What was that over there? Oh. Odd. I do have concussive shell, actually. Just rallied out. Sometimes you'll get lucky. You'll find a nice little trove of overlords there.
Your CC is now a BCC.
I get a second.
Command center.
I'm getting more tech labs here.
Nope.
We'll get the
No
turrets.
building there.
I think I have...
Build there. That's an
Yes. I could pick them up. That is a lot of Zerglings. He kills the base. But...
You're on.
we're adding in everything here. At what
Add-on finished up.
cost
Pick that one.
is the question.
Maxed out. Let's start tearing them up.
Alright, we're gonna get the tank on the little ramp area here.
Bad choices.
So the important part is gonna be making sure the Marauders are in front
Upgrade complete.
against the
Out of
Banelings.
that cluster. And still in
So we're maxed out.
Nice.
High-sec auto-tracking, building armor. Gonna move this guy over here. Oh, there's a lot of Banelings. So what we're just gonna do is we're gonna load the Marines up into the medevacs here. So in order to only select the medevacs with units, you can just press the drop command, which is D by default. And that will send only the medevacs with units in them,
Incoming orders.
which is quite convenient.
Mineral field depleted.
Now, he does know exactly which ones have units in them. That's important to note as well. I'm sending out another army, and I queued up a couple Liberators
Upgrade completed.
to lock down another base. We're gonna get the planetary here. This should move the ground army. We're gonna hotkey these on 2. Just drop them out.
But I'm still
There's
waiting
some mutas. Once the Banelings come down, my Marines are gonna have a bad time, but... well... they'll expect some of us in the wreckage, brothers. So what costs more? A Baneling or a Marine?
better than ever.
But what about the emotional no. Run away!
Refinery depleted. An
Ooh.
upgrade's been completed.
A little spicy. Gotta be a bit careful. I did select all army to bring everybody in. One of the Hellions survived. Which is kind of great. Does he have more Banelings? He does. We're gonna control click the Marines back. And now we'll just, yep, bit of that. Bit of Hellbat in there. Don't underestimate the power of Marines. There go the mutas. I think we may have overdone it on this one, but I think our opponent had significantly more as well. He had a lot of units. Very interested in play-by-play tutorials. What if I told you I already have those tutorials in the same way on YouTube? And the Terran one has 5 times as many views as Zerg or Protoss. So This is partially, I think, because over 50% of players in Bronze, Silver, and Gold are Terran. And partially because Terrans are sweaty tryhards. But here we are. 110. Okay. I had 96. So, an utter failure there. Today's 146. Honestly, it would have been... Well, we could have sat back longer. That is kind of a side effect of the more mobile style. But yeah. Once you get up to that level of Marine count, it says you don't have a set of vids for randoms. The ones from 2020 are all as random. It's like Winter, you don't have a... Anything since the Mothership core was removed, any sort of guided tutorial, is 90 to 99% still valid, especially below Diamond. Like, there have not been major enough changes to any key units since the Mothership core was removed. And really, even then, it's mostly for that I think affect anywhere up until at least like Diamond. Protoss. The Mothership core was removed because it was a one-size-fits-all crutch for all of Protoss's woes.
Another game of StarCraft.
So we removed the crutch and gave them like a step stool in the shield battery.
SCV ready. Jordan. What's going on?
The shield battery is a carryover from Brood War. I'm not sure how popular it is in Brood War. From my understanding, it's not that common to be building, but I'm not sure if it autocasts in Brood. Nothing autocasts in Brood War, does it? Maybe medic healing. Like, give us the Reaver!
Are you saturated yet?
Was it removed? It was removed in 2017, which I believe it was either the same patch or a month before the game went free to play, which was the most major overhaul as well to multiplayer.
SCV ready.
If they nerf the Mothership core. So the Mothership core filled the role of Protoss having defense that didn't require a significant amount of units. Because Protoss units are way more expensive, both in supply and just general cost. So it is not realistic to have like 4 or 5 Stalkers or Zealots sitting back just to defend against a dozen Zerglings or a medevac. Now, you kind of end up needing it anyways in that case, but the idea was essentially the Mothership core fills all of those roles, and on the other side, if you lost it, you lost all of that. So it wasn't like without it, like since it had overcharge and time warp and also was an attacking unit.
Command center upgrade.
If you lost the Mothership core, much of the time that means you could easily lose the game, and the unit itself would die to 5 Marines. So, if left alone.
In the rear with the gear.
So, is it better now? At the end of the day, it comes down to how fragile gateway units are.
SCV ready.
Overall.
What?
But we're not going into the... and how not fragile most other Protoss... Well, how strong most other Protoss units could be. But about strong Protoss units, we have... He's just building a bunch of Zealots, which is... We're gonna get 2 more barracks here. I've already got a bunker on the way. I kind of defaulted to a Reaper build. I didn't want to do a Reaper build, but... I'm gonna get the grenade, and, you know... I, didn't my hands did a Reaper build, so. That's what happened.
By the numbers, boy.
So he has a forge and no other tech, and he's building
Your
stalkers.
add-ons
So
all done.
I'm building a cyclone to deal with the early aggression, but
CC
then we're gonna
upgrade
get a
done.
tank behind.
Remembered.
It's online. Let's go kill something.
He probably has the zealots. There we are. We can repair. One SCV should be enough.
Add-on. Your add-on has been constructed.
Lock on, chase.
Nothing will stop me.
Making SCVs. And, well,
Moving it. What's going on?
siege tank.
SCV ready.
And now I have a decent amount of money. Let's work on those depots. Gonna get stim. And we're gonna get a third command center here.
Add-on
Because
is good to go.
I'm not really feeling like I'm gonna do a big attack against someone who
No
has
supply
less
depot.
bases. It's
Yes,
usually not a good
again.
idea. We're scouting in with the Reaper.
More supply depots, my friend.
What do we have? That's a Stargate. That's a Robo. Well, that cannon did outflank me, so.
SCV ready.
So, we build up to a +1 attack with siege tanks timing. Because siege tanks, pretty good. Against camp.
Needs more energy. This game is tiring.
SCV ready.
Gonna get these gases.
Coming through.
Couple more depots. Building
You must
marauders.
construct additional supplies.
SCV ready.
I want
You need
a
more
starport. We're actually gonna move this over because I want to make sure I get
gas. Not
those
enough
as quick
gas.
as
I'm
possible.
sure you'll have more than. You must construct additional depots.
Let's get a turret. We'll get in the mineral line. But this is mostly for DTs. But remember, he did build a Stargate, which is an odd choice, but a little bit of everything. I'm gonna have the Cyclone scout via the mini-map every base. There aren't that many. Like,
Research complete, but have we learned anything?
option 1,
CC upgraded.
he's got a
But
hidden
at what
base
cost?
and he's
Research is done.
pretending.
Your forces
Option
are just a
2,
little bit better.
matchmaking's having a fun
And I'm
time with
finished
this
up.
one.
Pick-
Even for gold. I'm honestly leaning towards the second, but we'll see.
Armed and ready.
This is the moment, because you know how dangerous it is to just expand to the normal basis, so.
Want a piece of me, boy? This better be good.
Research complete, but have we
Ready for dust off.
upgrade is all done.
Alright, well,
Who wants some?
okay. Let's move along here. Just select all army. Void Ray. He does have charge, and I think he has +1 done, so.
What's going on?
Make sure we get the armory, the engineering bay.
Ready for dust off. Confirm.
We're gonna right click and then. Kind of forgot about the charge lots there. We could also choose not to fight into this entrenched position. But what's the fun in that?
Add-on complete.
It's slow warp into there. We're gonna target the pylon now. Well, I don't know about that one. That was a weird one. We got there. We still, but Interesting. What are you up to, Joffrey? He's won more games than he's lost, which, victory with 43 APM. I think he is throwing his opponents who are trying far too hard to figure out what he's doing off and just kind of killing them with a bunch of charge lots. He's probably a returning player since he made it to Masters. What if I told you that doesn't mean anything anymore at all? Because half a dozen times in half a dozen seasons for the last, like, half a decade, the intern has allowed the bug where you just kind of get placed into Masters, even if you're gold. So none of that matters anymore. Like, so you'll see someone with the career summary of like gold, silver, gold, Masters, gold. Because, for some reason, certain MMR ranges are categorized as Masters. So you will not play
this one will be better.
people of 4K plus MMR, which is what Masters is supposed to be. It just has the skin of Masters. Alright? Supple, juicy, no. Veneer of the Masters player. But believe it or not, if they have the bug, and you're like, oh my god, this guy is Masters, I want you to look a little closer. Because if they are in Masters, whether a technicality or not, it will show their MMR. Okay? Because only Masters shows MMR. And then it will say 2,412. And you should be able to figure out whether or not that's competitive. Now, is this good? Is this something that I think isn't a big deal? I think it is a moderate to significant reason that that at least discourages newer players from playing. Because there are plenty of people who do figure this out in that issue. There are plenty of people who I think it cheapens the experience because, like, now you accidentally got Masters, you didn't earn it, and neither did that guy. Like, and there are some people who legitimately just think they're playing Masters players and nobody's playing this game anymore and matchmaking is fucked and why bother? So. And then there are the people like, oh my god, I'm 50-50 against Masters players, but I didn't get promoted. That's a good point as well. Oh, I forgot he was Terran. We're gonna do a 1 Rax expand against Terran, which is usually not a good idea. And we'll see if he demonstrates it for me. That is a factory. And that's a tech lab as well. So the general reason is because they just have so many tech units early that it becomes difficult to deal with. I'm gonna go back with the SCV to scout. We're gonna get a reactor for Marines for a bunker. Because he did get that tech lab first. Alright, supply depot. He's got a Marauder. Okay. So that means I'm not bothering with the Reaper trying to get anything done. I thought he might try to flip over the tech lab, but
my friend.
instead just Marauder, and it looks like it's going to be Marauder Cyclone. So that is dangerous. I'm going to want to get a tank first. The bunker is just to buy time until I can get a tank out. It needs to survive that long at least. I don't need another one of these. Tech lab, starport. I don't know if that leaves space for another add-on here, but
Need more minerals.
I'm sending in the Reaper now because he will have already committed to a starport. It may just die. It does. He has a siege tank. Alright, let's get a depot on the edge here. So it's likely a 1-base siege tank all in. In fact, I'm going to commit a scan. Oh, he was building another command center. Wait, is that a command center or Rax? On the mini-map, it's a Rax or something, so we're actually just gonna go Vikings first. not even bothering here. Like, I want to set this Marine up, patrolling here.
You got no minerals.
Take a
Good
seat.
job keeping that money down.
I'm not even building SCVs. I need to have... I guess he might have an expansion, but...
Not enough minerals. Are you saturated yet?
I'm not sieging the tank intentionally, because I need to know where to go. And if I commit it anywhere, then I can't move it quickly. So, since I'm on defense, getting that gas on the low ground, you gotta get a lot of gas
no
early.
minerals.
Until I have multiple tanks, I don't want to commit any. Gonna send another
Supply depots aren't
Marine
short. Supply.
and get supply blocked. Pro gamer move.
What's going on?
Build supply depots. Yes, again.
All right. So unlike in like TVZ, I don't want the tank to be tucked in, because then he could potentially have a tank in a difficult position as well. So
More Vespine gas.
I'm putting it near the front of where I could use it. And I'm relying on those Marines I put out ahead. I think he did expand now. Looking at it. To give me some warning. So what do we have? 39 SCVs. We're pretty late on barracks 2 and 3. But in TVT, it's all about the tech units.
Give us your best shot. SCV ready.
Most important, I keep building tanks and Vikings.
Fueled up, ready to go.
Higher levels usually will have a Raven mixed in, but if you're not Maru, it's probably not going to stay alive for that long. Dropping more mules.
Gangway coming through. In the rear.
Gonna get barracks 4 and 5 now,
Move it.
as we're well over 40 SCVs. Hotkeying those engineering bays. Get a second gas. And we need some more depot.
It's your time.
That command center finished up.
Your research is complete.
Reactors, orbital. Gonna send out some more Marines. I'm gonna scan for his third. We need more Vikings, because he walled off with a fusion core. I'm actually gonna cancel one of these racks and get another starport. And that fusion core is pumping right now, so
Your command center? Better than ever.
see, is that ranged liberators? So you could build 54 turrets to try to defend against battlecruisers. I usually like to build just enough to keep them busy when my Vikings come in. Oh my god, it is. That's crazy.
A mineral field has been
Okay, well, he set me down this road, so I'm gonna go battle
Base
cruisers.
under attack. Time to lift the camera, right?
ready. Who wants some?
You started the war. I'll end it.
Big job, huh?
He lost air control. I still have the Vikings. Just need to make sure he's not sitting where my third is.
Want a piece of me, boy?
Add-on complete.
Getting my ship weapons upgrades.
In the rear. with the
Upgrades
gear.
finished up.
And then
Your upgrade is complete.
sensor tower, gas geysers.
Will do. SCV ready.
Transfer some SCVs over.
Yes, sir.
Get those armories on the hotkey. Still building Marines. I've got upgrades for them.
Going on.
Like, eventually we'll switch into a more pure battlecruiser composition, but
Go, go. SCV ready. Go ahead.
I'll get more command center. Do I have a third starport? Working on it. wrong with you?
I'm going.
Fill up the gas. 61 SCVs. We'll just queue up a
Need
full
more
set
minerals.
on each command center, and that'll be it. And then we're
We got
good.
no minerals.
I'll put it well into the 70s there. Yeah,
SCV ready.
least surprising.
You're all mined out of that mineral field.
Gonna continue building
More supply
tanks
depots.
is an
must
important point of this. Though we're shifting almost. Well, this is now a scouting range.
Supply depots are in short supply.
Yamato,
Going on.
You can't build there.
get some more sensor
Your allies
towers.
all done.
What is it?
Just gonna send out the Marines.
An upgrade's been build supply depots. Yes.
And then eventually maybe Thor's, but I'm actually getting +2 plating first, as plating is ridiculous for battle cruisers.
Mined out of that cluster. And still in the game? Nice.
As I've learned on not infrequent occasion.
More supply depots, my friend.
You're the boss.
Let's get this set.
Mineral patch is gone. And it's not coming back.
Oh,
You must
bit of stutter step in
additional
action.
supply depots. More
I
supply
think I'll barely wait to be able to take out the rest here.
Supply depots are in short
Well,
supply.
I was pretty much trading out the Marines in this scenario.
You
But
must
that's a pretty good
construct
trade.
additional depots.
We're gonna get smart servos. Gonna get another one,
Has been constructed.
and another one, and another one. Run away! Ow.
A mineral field there.
We could use some help here.
Not enough minerals.
More Battlecruiser. So the best, well, I should be floating across and using the
Research
Yamato
all day.
cannon, and then jumping away. That's the ideal use. Now let's make sure I have everything I want. I'm gonna hotkey all this in. All these command centers, which will probably be orbitals. I'm not gonna care too much about. It's not like he has a ground army to attack them. That
Can't
isn't,
build
well,
there.
siege
Your
tanks, so.
SCVs are on strike because of your poor management.
Alright.
War. Transformations.
Mineral field depleted. Your CC is now a BCC, a better command center.
Do we have all the
Command
gas?
center upgrade.
Yep. Let's get the gas over here.
Yeah, whatever.
Mix in a
Researchers got
couple
no-
turrets.
No building there. Upgrade completed. Your forces are just a little
Plating. Adding more starport. Interesting. Job. He has a lot of Vikings. Remember, I have plenty of Vikings at home now. Micro God. Oh, he has building armor done as well. Do I have my high-sec auto-tracking and building armor? Let's get that done.
upgrade. Is
Ow.
all done.
Get him! Alright,
You took all the minerals from that cluster.
we're just making these orbitals so I can drop mules. Gonna get another tech lab. I'm gonna set up over here with those siege tanks. Oh yeah, we need to, I like to use rapid fire for Yamato, so you can kind of just drag it. No, not tactical. Do not
Yeah,
rapid fire
CC
tactical
upgrade
jump.
done.
This
You
is why we
remembered.
rebound Yamato in the first place.
CC upgraded, but at what cost?
So, by default,
CC
Yamato
upgrade
is
done.
Y,
You remember
and
this
tactical
time?
jump is on T. And I'll let you look down at your keyboard and figure out why that can go
Research
wrong pretty
complete.
quickly.
Have we learned anything?
Yeah.
What is it? Let's get into the fight.
Map packing time.
Yes, Commander. Made for battle.
Your precious base.
Oh, the Vikings found my scouting command center.
Upgrade complete. But at what cost? That must mean guys are completed. Up. Mind out of that cluster.
And the rapid fire, it's kind of like snipe, but with a
Time to race
massive
your
cannon
TPM.
instead of a little rifle that still does insane damage. In fact, snipe does like 3/4 of the damage that it does to that a Yamato cannon does. Huh? Maybe we should buff Yamato cannon.
Ah, you scared me.
Mineral patch is gone, and it's not coming back.
Who called in the fleet?
I think that's the takeaway from all this.
Yes, Commander.
So, how long on my next round? 30 seconds or so?
Fight or flight? Yeah, right.
Yeah, you should be able to load a nuke into the Yamato cannon and fire it. Only makes sense. Like, you have to land on the silo.
You're all mined out of that.
Who called in?
I'm gonna, no longer, I just, only starports on the hockey.
Patching you through.
We know what we want.
Refineries offline. Your SCVs have no purpose in life.
Well, butter my biscuit. Yes, Commander.
Let's go this way. Oh. We see him moving.
Course laid in.
We may lose a couple to the turrets here, but... Ah, shit.
Go ahead. Ah, what is it? Bad news.
It's time to raise my TPM.
No building there.
What's going on? Yes, Commander. Huh? Well? Fight or flight? In the rear with the gear.
An upgrade's been completed.
What do we have here? Some actual siege tanks. Bring my tanks back.
The enemy is attacking your SCV.
Freeze up more supply for Battlecruiser.
Made for battle.
About 10 more seconds.
Find out that cluster. It's still in the game. Nice. Add-on upgrade is all done.
What is it? Can't hold them alone. What's going on?
More gas.
Base under attack. Time to lift to the corner and pray.
Bad news.
Go get the tanks. But we have so many Battlecruisers. Is nobody repairing? The amount of money spent on turrets.
Out of gas at that geyser, but
We're just
turrets-
waiting out another Yamato cooldown. I guess you could get there with the tanks, but it's gonna be an effort.
You hail? Well, what is
We
it?
got 15 more seconds.
You're all maxed out. It's a WCS level miracle. Mineral patch is gone.
All right.
And it's not coming back. Your precious base. It took dozens of APMs to go.
The Battlecruiser sandwich. Fly, you fool.
You maxed out. Can't build anymore.
Now, the most vulnerable point with the least turrets, probably just the main, where the starports are.
Maxed out.
Because there's no defending against battlecruisers across the entire map.
They're all mined out, Cap.
Well, he probably has enough to rebuild technically, but he had at the end of the game 29 turrets on the field, but static defense is just for buying time in certain locations. It doesn't solve the problem. It especially does not solve the problem of Battlecruiser. Well, 5 APM over, but I got Yamato Master Blaster, so... Who's the real winner here? Master blasting my way through. Well. Alright. One more. Well, I think we'll get to platinum. I don't know what the highest... It might be 1, maybe 2. Why MMR changed so different? Because he's in his placement matches, likely. Or even past it. Alright. Got a bad feeling about this one.
You got this. One way or another.
Mr. Terran. With the starter portrait. Even I judge. Even I, the filthy, filthy smurf. I will tell you, as a filthy, filthy smurf who is an expert in such matters, and as probably the most qualified to recognize others, out of about 30 to 35 games or so we played so far, maybe one. Fellow filthy, disgusting smurfs. And even then, I think it was like a diamond player. Because it wasn't enough to like... Yeah. Just for an anecdotal sample size of who I've played against, I've gone 30 games without finding someone kind of similar to myself in terms of clearly being better. Honestly, the closest was probably, well, the closest was probably that Zerg a few games ago, but he was Plat 1. He played exactly like you expect with Plat 1, which is building a lot of Zerglings and then kind of forgetting that you can build other units. But gotten pretty good at building a lot of Zerglings, though. I'm at 3 Smurfs out of 5 games the other day. Go ahead and link your SC2 replay stats account. We'll do some research. Of course, I think it is more prevalent in... I think at least the impression of it is much more prevalent in Diamond-ish. One, because Diamond is a massive range. Like Diamond, from the bottom of Diamond to the top of Diamond. is essentially the difference between like bronze and platinum. It's a huge disparity. It's actually ridiculous. And also, I think it becomes more apparent. Players have better matchups. Like, players might have one build they use to get, or one or two builds they use to get to X or Y rank. Which is kind of what I'm teaching, but that build might not work so well in, like, say, TVT. Would be probably a good example of a matchup that requires, like, a different style as you get higher up. So, if you have a build that works great in TVZ, but you struggle in TVT, your MMR may very well be several hundred higher. We don't have matchup-based MMR. Oh, this is so sloppy. As that would further dilute just like the general player base and all that. But I do think a lot of players come up against, like, I faced a Smurf because he did a build that crushed me. It's like, well, that's what a lot of people are looking for. There are a lot of builds out there that will just win, especially if you've never seen it before. And once you get into the higher levels, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but once you get into higher levels, that becomes more, honestly, probably more common than not. As especially like mid-high diamond is riddled with barcodes who are convinced that they need anonymity to execute their shitty tank push.
Supply depots are in short supply.
But also, I mean,
Build supply depots. Yes. Again.
build supply. Oh my god, the command center's so late. I've been, well, how can I smurf if I get supply blocked for literally 30 seconds straight? God. Oh, it's really bad. It's really bad. That CC was supposed to be done. Okay, okay, focus up.
We could use some help here. This better be good.
Okay. I'm actually, it's not great. I'm building a Raven. It looks like I defaulted again. Sometimes I look back, I'm like, what has been happening in here? Who has been building in this base?
Can't build there.
What?
It's like you
what?
never even had
Are
a
there
plan.
secret? What madness? Those Cyclones are very scared of my one Marine.
CC upgrade done. You go.
We're going to... So, this is supposed... That's why you build the starport close. So that way... you can flip it over without it taking 3 years. But... okay. Vikings.
No minerals for that.
We're gonna put the Cyclone on patrol on the edge of my main.
Not enough
Build more
minerals.
SCVs. Send some Marines out. Just scouting ahead. Build more
Your CC is
SCVs.
now BCC.
Make sure we have all our add-ons. And drop a couple mules there. Get the NG base. What do we got over here? Build more SCVs. Gonna send that Raven in.
Add-on finished up.
Drop mules. Get the gases. He scans the main. Build more SCVs. Some Vikings. A Raven.
Add-on is good to go.
Just slow those down. Go chill in the corner here. He has double edgy bay, but he has no upgrades pumping yet. So that means I should have a similar timing. Build more SCVs. Oh, yeah, stim done, so we gotta be a little careful here with those gases. Build some more depots. Fuck it. 5 of them. Get some more barracks.
Can't
Build more
there.
SCVs.
No minerals.
What is
Your
that
research
rally
is
point, bro?
complete.
Combat shield. More
You must
SCVs.
construct additional depots. Not enough minerals. Are you saturated? More
Hotkeying
supply
my
depots.
Vikings. Building more SCVs. And siege tank. And we're gonna start on the medevacs.
By the numbers, boys.
And get a few more SCVs.
Ready.
This battle requires assistance. Order accepted. Understood.
You built a bunch of turrets. Gonna get that armory. Hotkeying all the
Mineral field
racks.
depleted.
Gotta be careful not to be too cowardly with the siege tanks. Gonna bring that one down. Actually just gonna queue up 2 siege tanks just to make sure I'm not left lacking here. A sensor tower. I don't want to put it right at the edge because then it can just get picked off. I'm gonna scan for his base. He has a third. Let's look at... Well, we already knew the upgrades weren't quite there yet. Build more
You took all the
SCVs.
minerals from that cluster, you thief.
Drop supply.
You must construct
More
research
depots. Transfer a bunch of these SCVs over. And then build more SCVs.
Upgrade complete. But at what cost?
This tank's having some trouble. Gonna get a turret and a depot on the edge. Plus 1 mech weapons, plus 2 infantry.
You got no.
Hacking in the marines and the medevacs. Could you not do that? Okay. Build more SCVs.
This better be good. Yep.
Few marines. Get the gases here. And now, like I have the mini-map set. I can see them coming. I built that 4th command center on location. I'm not tied to it. I
You're
don't
all
need
mined
it,
out of that mineral field.
but I'd like it. Worst case scenario, I build another one in my main. And like, I'm not just gonna give it up for free, but I should be able to see anything coming. So as we get closer to +2 in
Add-on
general,
complete.
and just 150 plus supply, this is when we're looking for potentially a fight. I have 79. We don't need to build more SCVs. First time. 80 is about 80 to 90 is fine, but not really necessary. I'm gonna get another command center in the main. I got another factory. We're gonna get another starport. That's making sure I have the tech.
This better be. You gonna give
I have 3 tanks here,
This better be good.
and we're gonna transfer some of these over to this base. Get a sensor tower. Gonna bring the Vikings in with the main army. And we'll go spoil for a fight. Make sure I'm queuing up siege tanks. I'm holding
Not
down the
enough
marine
minerals.
button.
Are you saturated yet?
Gonna
Your
scan.
upgrade is complete.
Armed and ready.
Well, if he's not there... Could he be in this little... I don't think so.
Your add-on is all done.
Gangway.
No. Scan ahead. Where is the army?
Want some? We could use
Ah. Siege up the tanks. I have tanks, he doesn't have tanks. It's very important here. Alright, back off. And now, +3,
Mind out of that cluster.
+2 mech weapons.
Nice.
Get an
Command
orbital
center
here.
upgrade.
Gonna get these gases. Reactor on the starport. Hotkey in the factory.
by the number.
We're gonna send out some more marines in order to see anything on that side.
What's our target?
Upgrades, 1-1. I have 2-2 done. I have an advantage there. Does he have this base? No. So no objective
Upgrade
there.
done. You remember.
Just keep tabs on him. Building. I'm nearly maxed though, so
This better. Lay it on me.
pretty nasty location for siege tanks there. Just gonna stim. target the base.
Now that's the commander I've been waiting for.
So, more siege tanks greater than less siege tanks. I think we're reliably going over now. Unfortunately, but... it was close. 81. You know, honestly, it was a little closer than I thought. But just putting in the right spot at the right time, making sure there's enough behind. What is the Haka doing bad there? I was actually a little sloppy at the start. Well, take it. You'll lose an SCV or two to a Reaper if you're out of position. It's not the end of the world. The most important thing at some point is to have the tanks in the right spot.
Remember, don't panic. Okay, maybe a little panic.
We've got a Protoss named that one guy. Interesting.
SCV ready. In the rear with the gear.
Hotkey the SCV build.
Need more minerals.
SCV ready.
We may do Protoss and Zerg. So the summary is, for one reason or another, the Terran guides get over double the views.
You must construct additional
And
supply
I'm here
depots.
trying to show good guides for the fans, so... This is because Terrans, of course, are the most likely to watch YouTube instead of actually playing the game, as you know.
SCV ready. What's going on? SCV ready. Bad
We're
news.
just scouting out at that 1 minute.
SCV ready.
And we're looking to see, did he expand? Does he have 2 gas? Is he building anything besides a gateway? So he doesn't have an expansion. It's on the early end of when he would be building it. He has a second pylon, but no second gas here.
SCV ready.
I don't know where his stuff is. Did he try to Reaper wall? Either way, I'm expanding on the high ground. Yes.
Gotcha.
But with 2, so that's not how you do that. The Reaper can't be out till about 2 minutes, so you can easily get a cyber coring time. So
CC upgrade.
he's going
That
4
will
gates, and I know this because I have eyes. Citation needed. But
It's yours. In the rear.
all right
Paragon
then.
has been constructed.
SCV ready.
SCVs are under attack.
He
It's a
doesn't like me
disaster.
watching, so we're gonna get like a bunker, a tank. Honestly, a cyclone might be fine,
Ready.
but
We'll
it's 2 zealots first, so I don't have to rush into anything.
bad news.
I'm gonna make sure I'm not doing. Like, you gotta remember. Oh my god.
Gangway coming through.
That is certainly. He didn't attack with the probes. He just objected to the SCV existing.
Big job, huh?
You want him?
Well, it got out. Not that that's particularly important.
Yes, sir. SCV ready. Go, go, go.
So, if he doesn't attack
No minerals
by the
for
time the
that.
siege tank is finishing up.
Not enough minerals.
So what's going to
Need
be
more
important
minerals.
here is to save a scan. There's still a small chance, because remember he built Zealots, which do not cost gas. There is a small chance of Dark Templar. That's a classic choice, right? I'm actually going to go for a Raven here. We're not dropping any mules. The longer this goes on, the more likely it is to be
Good job keeping that
DTs.
money down.
The SCV is scouting for hidden bases here. We're just gonna send it all.
Your add-on is all done.
Alright, so I expect the DTs.
Not enough minerals. Are you saturated yet?
Any moment now. We're gonna put
No
one
minerals for
turret
that. Not enough minerals.
right up there, just in case he drops them in. We're gonna use depots to wall off the main. And once the Raven comes out, I'm just gonna walk out. Because
Need more
he's
minerals.
expanding, but it hasn't paid off yet, so he's already invested that money. I have plenty of energy here. We don't know it's DTs. It doesn't have to be DTs. But it's not a small chance. Alright, move this over. We're gonna get barracks 2 and 3, either way. Move over. Get +1. And gonna hotkey. We need to check if he has anything waiting for me over there. I'll bring these guys down. It's important not to be like, well, I haven't taken this base for a while, so I'm not really tied to it. No, you're very tied to it. You can't afford. Well, where's the Raven going? Well, now that it's out here. You can't afford to not be tied to it.
And need more energy. Your base is under assault.
Well, the siege tank's doing what siege tanks do. He may get through the edgy bay, but auto turret doing well. Makes it more likely, I think, that we see DTs. I'm so convinced of these DTs. They'll be here. Getting a turret. Don't stare at his basement. Worry about your own problems here.
Add-on is
Gotta get more gases. I've got stim on the way. That's rude. I think I tried to build a medevac and I accidentally had the factory selected to build a whittle mine. Yeah. Disgusting.
upgrades finished up.
Well, how long on combat shield? Still pretty far out. Get the armory started.
It's like you never even had a plan.
Yeah, we gotta put a little pep in the marine step here, though. Hit the gold. Gotta think about priorities. You know what? We'll just burrow. Don't get fancy. Just burrow the mine over there. That should keep him busy for a few seconds. Gonna get a third command center because he has 3 bases and I want to catch up even if we are.
Army under
Can they
attack.
go over there?
Stim to win.
Well, that's pretty convenient, isn't it?
You must construct additional research is done. Your forces are just a little bit better. Build supply
So yeah,
depots.
pretty nice
Yes,
location to
again.
deal with it.
Supply depots are...
We have combat shield done. The most important thing now is, besides, you know, continuing to maintain upgrades and not getting supply blocked, is production. We're gonna keep producing. I just want to fight He's gonna be panicking.
Your upgrade is complete.
Get concussive shells.
Mind out of that cluster.
We're gonna split shift click 1, shift click 2, and then I sent a move command out. Right click, shift 1 Marine. So I deselected that Marine who's still going that way. And then I selected everything else and sent it back. So that is how you split off one unit pretty easily to go take a look around without, you know, walking face first into unsavory individuals.
You got no minerals. Good job keeping that money down. Research finished, but I'm still waiting on high-sec auto. Mineral field to
Third
command
base.
center upgraded.
Now the question is, well, let's see what he's got. Upgrades 0/0. Do I have +2 attack? Not quite, but honestly, my army is good here. I find a good spot. I can use his Reaper wall against him. He probably... We're going to split off that one Marine over there. I'm going to go ahead and give it better than 50-50 odds on the... Get those tanks back there. And having another base, but... maybe not. I guess not. Bit of an odd one. But we got there. Dead even on the APMs. Thank you, Jean-Jo. I knew we could do it. With great effort. But we held it together. Made it all the way to platinum. But the key points, I think once you get towards platinum, it really isn't so much you reach a league and now you need to do certain things. It's just how much do you want to be prepared to add to the game? Because you can sit in your base, go tanks, and get to 200 supply relatively quickly. And that'll carry you well through, probably to master if you do it well enough. But it is better, and there's a reason why it's so common to go for less defensive builds, even with Terran, because putting any pressure on your opponent, there are some solid time, like when stim is done, combat shield +1, or later on you get your 2/2 upgrades. There's a lot of opportunities, especially before Zerg and Protoss get enough of that armor. Like, if you sit in your base for 10 minutes and then they show up at your doorstep with like 4 Colossi and a bunch of Storm, well, that's not the most surprising thing in the world. So you didn't really give them... You don't have too much right to complain then. That won't necessarily stop you, but if you keep the pressure on with Stim, it's really hard for Terran or for Zerg and Protoss to get that sort of death ball army that you can't deal with. Because Terran units are the most efficient in low numbers. There are some exceptions. Like low to medium, no, we're talking like 10 to 30 supply. There's almost nothing more efficient than like a medevac of Marines. It might not be the game winner, but it's that timing before everyone's maxed out with the perfect armies that Terran is strongest, in my opinion. And then they get strong again when you're sitting there turtling in the super late game. But finding those timing, it's relatively simple. We've been doing the same thing for 14 years straight. Just build 1-1-1, get all the units you need, and then build a bunch of Marines and and then from there, profit. Can Vikings start? Well, no, we'll take some Terran questions here from both YouTube and Twitch, right up until I get annoyed by dumb questions, which might not take long. But how do you deal with early rushes? The SCV scout at 1 minute against any race. You're looking how many gases are they trying to expand, and how many production facilities. Now, these are kind of tied in with Zerg, but is there more than one gate? Is there more than one barracks? Dumb question. Is this a challenge? Well, the goal is to keep the APM under 80, which for me is a challenge. As a gold Protoss, I rush Storm into Terran. What do you do as Terran into that? So you start with 1-1-1. You build probably like a siege tank or two early, and then you add on your barracks production, your third base, and make sure you don't just face check up a ramp in the Templar. Mass Marines is F2 A move till Diamond. I mean, you can. It's actually harder to do Mass Marines. It's easier if you just mix in the Marauders and the tanks, but how do you deal with Air Zerg? Marines. Thors are an okay late game. Thors are actually some of the best anti-air against Broodlords and against Mutas, though in different modes. But the key part is understanding, once again, you can't... Turrets are not defense. They're time. Static defense, despite the name, does not defend you. It buys you time to get units in position. You build 2-3 turrets, you might buy a lot of time, but that costs you 6 Marines or a couple Wrecks. So, at the end of the day, usually, and this is why you see pros 1, maybe 2 turrets, and then just moving their units around. Against Mutas, splash attack is better than high impact. Technically, yes. Though high impact is a default for everything else. So unless it's mass Muta, high impact is usually better. As a planter, I've been struggling against Pig's Bronze to GM Protoss build. I'm not sure what that is. Heavy Robo Army with Archon Charge Lot. So what you're going to do is build a lot of Marines. But so you get to choose one. I don't think you choose both. Even at Masters, I don't choose both. Ghosts or Liberators? Which one do you want to learn to use? That's the answer. And it's up to you. Honestly, they're both great. But Ghosts or Liberators are your choices. Ghosts are great against everything. But they are more vulnerable, obviously, to the ground army. Liberators are kind of clunky to use, but are probably an easier option and encourage you to go for more starports, which is important in all matchups as Terran. So I would say if you're up against like a mass charge lot sort of timing, and if you're reliably producing Marines and Marauders off of 5+ barracks and not getting supply block, because that'll solve most of your problems, but if you're doing that and still not enough, dozen Liberators. Alright? Doesn't need range, not that important. Most players don't even use the range once they get it very well anyways. But the Liberators with the army. I've been trying to do 2-1-1 bio against 1-1-1 before expanding. Well, that's because he has tanks and Vikings, and you do not have tanks and Vikings. The solution is to build more tanks and Vikings, which, well, how do I do that? Well, if you're playing defense, your production should complete faster. As opposed to theirs, where they have to walk across the map. If you're playing in a mirror matchup where they have the same units, and they're building more units of a type you can't deal with, for better or worse, the answer is to build the same stuff better, 90% of the time. That is the simplest and most effective answer. Because Vikings, if you get the Viking lead significantly, you can build one Liberator and then invalidate all the siege tanks. And if you're similar on Vikings, you can compete with the siege tanks. Just don't be a coward about it. That's super helpful. I'm glad it is, because I was trying not to say it sarcastically, because I know some people need to hear that. It's not a pick-ban situation, even though it seems really fucking obvious. But it's not always. Like, you don't need to counter what... If you have the same pieces, the counter is more. There's no trick to it. Like, Like, you could think about ravens or fancy micro, but the simplest counter is just more stuff. I think, the key part is adding the gases at the natural. It depends on if you're going one Rex expand. You have to add, if you're going to go for Viking tank, gases 3 and 4 usually before 35 SCVs. Otherwise, you will not have enough gas to support it. Of course, it's also pretty mineral hit. It's a fine line. The bar graph about game understanding. Do we have that on? Yeah, seems about right. All right. Well, hopefully this was educational. We will, I think, I don't know if we're going to get past Diamond with it. I think it does kind of break down once we get to Diamond, especially nowadays where Diamond is an incredibly wide range of different options. I mean, still maybe attempt it, but Protoss and Zerg are on the agenda. But it is, well, we'll see. We'll see. And at the end of the day, I think another extra tip is if you're actually learning, if you actually want to play, and you're playing a lot of games, like double digits a week is a lot of games. I know it sounds low for those who play a lot more than that, but it's a lot for anyone who's scared to press the ranked button. I recommend at least 1 day a week, and you should be playing more than 1 day. If you're only playing 1 day, that's not enough. But if you're playing more than 1 day a week, at least commit to a few games as whatever race you're struggling the most against. There is separate MMR. Yes, you will get crushed early because it starts off your main race MMR, but it'll quickly, likely drop. I think this is the most important thing for if you're stuck up against like a certain strategy or style. You can look at all the technical explanations on how to deal with Storm as Terran. I want you to go try storming some Terrans and see how that goes. Again, I think that's the best way. And maybe it goes great. Okay, and then you didn't learn anything. But I bet you that half the time or more, you're going to find some new ways or new points where it's not as easy as it seems. And that is the most helpful thing for me as random. It also hurts to an extent, but it's most helpful that, like, I'm not scared of a Zerg who just did a roach all-in because I know there's now nothing behind it. Or, like a Protoss who goes DTs. Like, that is not magically him taking the entire map. That's one of the most expensive strategies in the entire game. Or a Terran who goes Battlecruisers. I know they have no self-respect. So, like, there are a lot of things to work on and really point out in the early game that it might not be obvious to you when you're only playing one race. So, do you have an opinion on using an MMO house with a lot of buttons? I'm not a fan of it. I don't think many players use it because at the end of the day, you're only using... The only player I've seen use more than like 6 control groups effectively is Cyril. And Cyril doesn't use an MMO mouse. He just has rebounded to his keyboard stuff for the most part. Like, he puts a control group on W, which is crazy. But, I mean, Zerg doesn't have any use for the W key, so... Oh yeah, Florencio's mouse hotkeys. That is a great example of how to have a mental breakdown. Let's see. Do we have this? Ah, yes. So here's an example of what not to do. I don't know. If it works for you, it works, but... There's a method to them. There's definitely a method to the madness, but... yeah, full on... Yeah, don't forget to leave the likes. Yeah, I'm actually going to... I think I'm going to cast Kira versus Maru. I don't think that's one that's going to make it to YouTube. Because... assuming it goes well. Well... we're going to take a quick break, and I'm going to spoil tomorrow's video for you. There's a lot more to it. It's 2 hours long, so... but quickly... And you can tell me if there's anything missing that Jimmy didn't edit correctly. But it's Cyril coaching Bronze to Grandmaster. Okay, spoilers, the Grandmaster is him, but still the idea stands. So... How long is it? It is, long enough. We cover most of the leagues with various games. But, I'll be right back. Just a moment. Well, probably a few minutes. That's the point of this, but...
I have had some BM encounters when I have... For example, I remember when I was ranking up account in Korea, and I just, well... I have had some BM encounters when I have... For example, I remember when I was ranking up account in Korea, and I just well-pulled just to get it over fast with. And then my opponent went like probe scouted and did like a cannon defense that it's natural. He was so happy he was gonna win that he got a little bit BM there, but obviously I still won the game in the end. Even though he thought for a moment that he was gonna win because of that. Good start.
Go, go, go!
Twilight for us!
Welcome back to the most professional StarCraft 2 for a special episode of Angry Coach. I decided to bring in one of the arguable experts, one of the greatest StarCraft players of all time, who recently defeated Maru in the IEM Katowice Championships, and more relevantly and more recently defeated Winter in the Rank Roulette Championships. Thank you for joining us, Sarah.
Thanks for having me.
Today, we're going to be looking at all sorts of replays from Bronze all the way up through the top of Grandmaster. And myself and Cyril will be giving our arguable expert opinions on how some of these players can improve. Do you remember your first ladder games ever in StarCraft 2? Like what league, what strategy, stuff like that?
Yeah, I actually do remember pretty well. I actually, when I played my first 5 placement matches, I used random as my race, and I remember liking the Protoss soundtrack a lot, and forgating a bunch, but to be honest, that's all I remember. I don't remember what I did with the other races, but I have always been on the higher rank, so I don't really know how the lowest of the lows looks like.
So you started out, is this in Wings of Liberty?
Yeah, straight from the beta.
You were 4-gating as random in the beta.
Correct. Well, maybe it's a 3-gate. I don't remember if 4-gate wasn't built, but at the very start, like the first days. But it was like a gateway all in on one base. That's what I was doing.
Well, that is, I think a lot of people started there. Not many people have made it past that point overall. When did you decide to switch to Zerg, actually? When did that? Were you already really good, or what point?
Really early on. Probably 2 weeks in my StarCraft experiences already, so...
Two weeks?
Basically from the start.
You had... I thought you were, like, playing random for a year or two, and then you just eventually decided...
No. Choose the place in matches.
And you've been playing Zerg pretty much as a main ever since?
Yeah.
Well, that means you're not going to be as qualified for this first match. We're looking at Tarkus, who is, he explicitly played his first ladder match for this, as I put it out there like, who would like to get coached by Cyril, such as it is. And I was looking for all sorts of leagues, so Tarkus, who's apparently watched and played campaigning co-op for many years, he claims this is his very first placement match. So, I'm just on Tarkus's perspective, and we'll take a look. And I believe his opponent is a Bronze League Protoss. But are there any things you think Terran players of any level continually make mistakes on, or like they don't do very well, in your opinion?
Well, I think it's the same for all races, the mistake. It's mainly just the macro mistakes, like supply depots and that kind of stuff. Forgetting that kind of stuff for the most part, and poor macro in general, I guess. But
More supply
I don't really know what the special Terra mistakes would be. I'm imagining there's gonna be a lot of poor micro moments, especially if we get some sort of bio balls against Bailings or something. Probably not gonna be much micro there, but in general it's macro. Macro is what takes you pretty far.
Your SCVs
well,
will be DED.
it's a cannon rush. So thoughts on cannon rush in current year?
Not that great, but I'm not liking the CC first response here from Tarkus. It's a bit unnecessary. But besides that, it's actually a pretty solid build order still, so he has for sure seen some games. But this wasn't the right time to use this CC first.
I do like the probe comes in, and then he slaps down the command center as the probe just casually builds a pylon. He does kill the first probe. So, now it's gotten serious. Okay.
Yeah, maybe a little bit unnecessary there with the worker pull, since this kind of rush isn't threatening that much. That you don't really have to respect it too much, actually. But see how this turns out. Just need to get some Marines out here.
At what point do you consider just floating your main to another base?
Well, when it's under attack, but we are far from that point, especially with these cannons not being safe. You can just kill them.
It's a pretty intense start. It's one of those long-term cannon rushes by a Protoss who I think the strategy is cannon rush, and if that doesn't work, cannon rush from further away. But gets the Marine out. SCV's, this is like, it feels like he knows what he's supposed to do, but he's just not quite perfect at it when it comes to responding to the cannons.
Yeah, not quite perfect, but he's getting rid of the cannons.
Oh my god, wow. That was actually some legitimately, that was exactly how many SCVs and Marines he needed.
Yeah, well, Cross might have over-microed there with the target fire and not killed one of the Marines, but let's let that slip for this time. I think Tarkus just would have kinda needed to get those gases a little bit faster though, just to get some tanks out. I remember when I used to off-race a lot with the old Cyclone, and I got cannon rush that I always made a Cyclone, but maybe that's not that good of a decision nowadays anymore. But a tank would be pretty nice always.
Well, heading on just the fact he didn't immediately panic, I think already puts him much higher up in like terms of potential. A lot of players will decide the cannon rush is the most important thing in the world and pull every worker to deal with it, and then just leave the game when it doesn't work out. But Tarkus, with an almost like casual response to this so far, and now he's just doing his like Stim Marine Marauder build. Orbital's a little late.
Yeah, there's for sure micro mistakes there. He's floating a lot and that stuff, but for the most part he didn't panic too much, and that's a good thing. He could have even panicked or reacted less than he actually did here, since the cannon rush was so... He didn't really pressure anything, it just forced to cancel the natural CC pretty much.
Upgraded, but at what cost?
Oh, well, sell it. Quick cancel.
But Wait, I have your the announcer pack now on.
What was that?
I have your announcer pack on.
Oh, that is the announcer pack from our dear Terran player here. Are you saying you don't use my announcer pack, so? Which announcer pack do you prefer?
Confused.
Do you have any preference?
I use the avatar usually, but I think nowadays I just use the standard one because tournaments give you accounts always, so you kind of have vanilla accounts and you don't have any you can't have any special announcers there, so I just try to get used to the standard one. But I think my main account actually has the avatar one still.
That's pretty fitting, I think. All about efficiency. I do like. I also prefer the caster park, the Korean caster one, because at some point I don't like being yelled at in English about being supply blocked anymore, because I already know what problems I have. But and at least it sounds exciting.
Yeah, well, I haven't heard that one, but I can imagine the Korean package being pretty loud.
Center upgraded.
Indeed. All right. Okay. So, what do you think about the Ghost Academy follow-up to the triple bunker defense?
I don't like it. I would have rather seen a tank or something here, or just medivacs and steam pack. But in general, it's still a good position here for him. He's still not just panicking about the cannons too much and playing it slow as you should, and even lifting the base there, which is a good move. It's a bit unnecessary, but
That one?
I feel like it's always a little bit risky to go there, because then the base is really very vulnerable and you're probably not going to move it back to your natural, so you're probably been better off just cleaning this position up and just oversaturating the main base first.
You must construct additional.
Yeah, the Protoss right now averaging 150 APM, which is an impressive. Well,
Supply depots are
somebody
insured.
has watched a lot of casts
Supply.
where they've commented on how good EMP is against shields, but possibly not exactly interpreted. Wait, is that supply depot still? Yep, there's still a supply depot on the logo. He's got a tank. This feels like one of the most book smart Terrans that I've seen, especially their first games. Like, he knows what he's supposed to do and all the good units. We're just taking our time getting
Base
there.
under attack. Time to lift the
Wow.
corner.
Yeah, well, he has time, so there's no need to rush.
Oh my god. A classic tactic. He's walled off his own siege tank, which is, that's a pro
that
gamer
happens
move
the
right
best.
there.
That's exactly what it is. It happens quite often, but it's unfortunate in this case. You kind of like clean the cannon.
I was gonna ask. I always like to put it up for a poll when we're doing it live. How does he unblock the siege tank? I've seen so many different options, between like killing your own tech lab, getting a medevac, sometimes lifting the barracks, which I think that was a pretty ingenious response right there, just switching it over. I'm impressed by Tarkus, considering it. From what I can tell, at least on this account, this is his first ladder game, at least in Legacy of the Void. So he's clearly absorbed a lot.
You can tell he's not a complete newbie for sure. He has ideas, but
he has ideas. You'll find out more ideas as we go through the ranks. I think Cyril was kind of like, I don't know, am I actually supposed to be coaching this guy, or do we just, I don't know. Though my intent, soon, either next few days, I think. It'll be up. But yeah, once we get through, once he gets one under his belt, a bit more established. But always sees the best in people. Always the optimist. All right, one more thing. We're gonna look at Cure versus Maru, where apparently Maru figured out TVT Or at least he stole TVT from Gumiho. Either way. Close enough. Gumiho comes up with all the builds, but Maru's better at them. So... Is Maru the best TVT player? Yes. I would argue even better than Cure. Well, obviously that one's pretty obvious, but even better than Clem in that. Even though Clem's gotten a lot better, but still not as good. All right. Oh, we can just still use the same one. How convenient. Welcome back to the most professional StarCraft 2 with the People's Terran. In the blue, in the top left, it's Cure. But the 7-time going on a GSL champion. It's the man, the myth, the Maru. A TVT for the ages. Cure's incessant macro up against Maru's perfect micro. I think Maru's the favorite going in, but I always like to favorite. Well, actually, it's been a long time since favorite existed, but liking and subscribing still does, and you should do so right now. And Jimmy, what are we? Jimmy's not here. I'm gonna go with 1,300 likes, and we'll cast another series of mirror matchups as well. Always interesting. We're gonna hedge our bets a little bit, but hopefully you've had a good day so far. And hopefully it's about to get just a little bit better. As the two top Terrans in Korea, at the tippy top of their Terran game, are tenacious. Well, I thought we had a little bit more depth on that one, but they cross their I's and they dot their T's. Nope, I don't think they do that either. But there might be liberty by the end. Okay, it's going to be Sky Terran. I'm like 95% sure it's Mass Sky Terran. Which means we should have that flyer helper, especially Cure in this case. Reapers, Hellions, Oceanborn. So the struggle with TVT early on, especially, is having the same units as your opponent. And since, well, these sort of early game fights are both decisive and a total mess. Losing one Reaper, Cure somehow gets the worst end of that exchange. Even though I think he got the jump on Maru, Maru took the fight more confidently, and now Cure's down to Reapers, which is not a game-ending disadvantage, but it certainly doesn't help. Second commander, wow, Cure, you goddamn coward. Come down here and finish that command. So he's scared, because he didn't actually get to Maru's side of the map. He's scared that Maru is going to show up at his front door and slap him across the face with like one more unit, one or two extra Reapers. So he's essentially pre-delayed his own command center in order to try to prevent Maru from doing that. But Maru just went home because he didn't want to risk it either. So Cure, a bit of an own goal there so far, and now Maru's got a medevac with a Cyclone in it, and that's a copious amount of micro potential. Siege tank on the way. The Reapers can jump up. They don't need a fancy medevac of their own. Cyclone is done for Cure, and here we go. This is where the fun begins. The supply depot taking the brunt of it to start. Reapers micro away. Little advantages here for Maru. across the board, really. Another drop. Well, mostly that's just him continually scouting with the medevac. If he can absorb a lock-on, he can use his lock-on to counter the Cyclone. But the siege tank, almost done here. Not actually going to siege it up, just uses it unsieged to deal with it. Probably better off. Kier investing in interference matrix for the Ravens, whereas Maru's just continually sending Vikings across the map. Drop heads in towards the main. Finally, Kier... Lock-on doesn't hit the medevac. Instead, uses it on a Marine, but he's going to be working his way up. Climbing to the main with a siege tank, and now it's in range of the 3rd command center somewhat inconveniently. Interference matrix 20 seconds out. But he does need his Raven to be alive to use it. And unfortunately, he's failed in that goal. Maru picks off the Raven. The auto turret doesn't really do anything. The 3rd command center will have to be canceled. And Maru's, is he going to start sieging from inside the base? Or is he happy with the work he's done here? He starts his 3rd command center on location, knowing that he can keep Kier contained. And with those Vikings, continued air control and continued vision, so the siege tanks can carve their way forward. Kier struggling to make any progress out here, but he does have one interference matrix. Drops the scramble. Siege tank not target firing on point. Vikings hit the deck. Siege tank gets a lot of volleys off. Auto turret helps out a lot. And the Vikings are, well, is he going to pick up the Vikings and pick up the Vikings? Oh, he's actually fighting. We're trying to turn it around. Those Ravens, he's microing Vikings in a medevac, which is one of the more confusing scenarios, but they're surprisingly strong against the ground-based mech units. Well, at the end of the day, where are we? Oceanborn. No, narrow it down. Well, Maru has more SCVs. He has a 3rd. He's going mech. All right. Maru taking us to McDonald's. Well, 2nd factory, and the gas is at the 3rd base. Meanwhile, double NG Bay from Kier with his more conventional Marines and I assume eventually medevacs, but Cyclone on the ground, worth 2 Cyclones and a medevac, but there are no Cyclones in that medevac. That's a siege tank, which we didn't really have any proverbs to account for that, so takes out the Cyclone, but at least gives some vision. And Maru's not done, but the Ravens are on hand. The Vikings looking to cover for the Liberators. And definitely an odd fight. Maru is just not giving up on the aggression here. I do wonder if Kier has any idea how many tech labs does he have on his barracks. Not really relevant, right? He's just liberating him. He's just fighting the Marines. Now, the auto turrets are something they can't counter, but what a slugfest, but just kind of avoiding each other in multiple ways. The Liberator helping out against the tanks. Maru hits the deck, but that siege tank on the back gonna help out a lot. The Liberator zoning out, but it's 1 or 2 shots away from death. Still looking to move forward, but Maru is not giving Kier any personal space right now. Finally backs off. Kier scans, but Maru's already gone. They both scanned the exact same location, which really tells you the story right here, I think, in beautiful colors. Maru with... It's for Liberator range, but... Fusion! Core. Still a bold choice. It's almost certainly for Liberator range, but... At an 8.5-minute timing, which doesn't sound that early, but in the grand scheme of things, just now getting a 3rd base, Kier just getting 1-1. It is quite a quick one, though it looks like Maru has decided that air units are the way. And Kier, with a desperation drop into the natural, Maru shoots his own command center out of frustration, but he's got to work on the bio units next. Combat shield is not done, which makes these Marines incredibly vulnerable to tanks. But the beachhead has been established. Unfortunately, Liberator's still a solid counter. Another drop, this one a little off-center. If it was on top of the tank, could have minimized a lot of the damage. Vikings hit the deck, tank goes down, Marines run away, takes out both refineries. Marines stimming forward and not stimming out. Oh my, that's a lot of tanks. I think now Kier is starting to realize. He's starting to build Marauders. Get out. He's starting to build Marauders, just now it's kind of registering that Maru is going for the mech-oriented gameplay as opposed to something... oh my god. It is a Battlecruiser. Well. +1 armor on the way. If you've seen a bunch of generic and low energy YouTube shorts, you will know how strong upgrades, especially the armor upgrades, are on those Battlecruisers. And Maru, gonna be leaning on him to start. Another drop. No sensor towers from Maru. Gonna drop all over the tanks. Take 2 or 3 of them out. There's nothing left to deal with Cure. All over the place right now. Maru has nothing really at home to defend. He doesn't have enough siege tanks to deal with this. The starport that's currently building a battlecruiser will be targeted down, and it may never see the light of day. A fusion core is on the way for Cure. 23 SCVs dead for Maru. And that is a significant deficit, considering he just took a 4th base. He doesn't have that late game 8, 10, 12 orbital economy. They drop it all over, dropping the base harder and more quickly than Skrillex right now is Cure, though probably about the same age. I feel so old now. Starport's on the way. He's not done. Tries another battlecruiser. Caduceus Reactor for Cure, who gets a fusion core for the exact opposite sort of units. Concussive shells in production for the Marauders, though there aren't too many options to use them on. Why not? Why not? Definitely one of those upgrades you should just be filling in. Maru down 50 supply, but most of that is, well, Cure has an opportunity to close it out, but he also is in a precarious position as most of his army is in medevacs, literally and figuratively. He has so many of them in just the bio units. Maru's gonna have to hold on against multiple drops. Looks like one medevac got gunned down. Is that a second fusion core? No, he just put it the back before. Caduceus Reactor now done. Energy regen on the medevacs. That's not gonna stop Cure from building more of them. Liberators are zoning out of the edge of the natural. Still the drop in the back. Vikings clean it up. What a mess. Scans across the board, checking to see if Cure has an overwhelming economy or if he's still kind of tenuous. Targeting the planetary. Will he break upon the anvil? Oh, well, he's gonna lose a lot of this bio army and many of the medevacs. He does get the planetary. Well, honestly, not a terrible trade there at all. 2-2's about to complete. The battlecruiser count is growing. Does he have Yamato? The only upgrades for Maru right now are the tomato cannons and +1 armor. So, clearly focused on that mass Sky Terran style. Whereas Cure's just gonna throw more men at the problem. Top men. With as good of upgrades as he could put together. He's built 2 more barracks. So, he's not gonna stop. He's just escalating. He's got 10 racks. 10 barracks. Which is a lot of bio that comes rolling across the map. Maru with mass battlecruiser. And 190 to 125 supply. The Liberator forces... I don't even think he sieged it up. The SCVs ran away. Then Maru came back. Just kidding, bro. I am sieging it up. Meanwhile, Cure trying to micro. He's going to lose a lot of SCVs to that Liberator. Trying to move in to defend. Jumps! Oh, but wait. Now there's more. And Cure micros away the Vikings. Get one of the medevacs, but the others are going to unload. And the armories are potentially vulnerable. +2 vehicle plating is done. Literally, with a full second to spare. +2 ship weapons isn't going to happen, but he can replace that. Maru is supply blocked. The fusion core under attack by the Marauders. Maru besieged here. Overwhelmed. Essentially, Cure playing Zerg against him at the moment. 2 more armories on the way. As Maru has to replace them yet again. Maru just scanned the natural. I think Maru thinks he's losing this game. Cure's pretty sure. But scanning the natural at this stage tells me he's looking for the big tech switch, but a very odd choice when you're down to 3 orbitals. The battlecruisers are moving out. The medevacs, he can't stop loading him up into medevacs. And that's where the bio will die. Cure, still maxed out. He's one good fight away from breaking this. Marines are good, but the battlecruisers... Oh, God. Well, a lot of Marines will die, but that is a price that Cure is willing to pay. Oh my God. Oh, my God. Well, there go the armories. That's third or fourth armories. How many armories have died? That's 4 and counting. But the upgrades that are already done clearly helping out. Well, you at some point do have to kill the battle cruisers. The Marines doing emotional damage to them. The Marauders just shaking their fists angrily at the sky. Finally, some Vikings involved. I think the Yamatos, a couple of those cruisers still have Yamato cannon loaded. And Maru will survive as he reenacts this example of every Diamond League Terran game. Cure landed the Vikings like that was gonna get him out of the way of the Yamato cannon. A bold move. It doesn't work out. I don't know what he expected there. That's not how that works at all. Oh my. Battlecruiser 21. 30 kills. 15! And counting. He can jump. And there's nothing to stop him. Another fusion core for Maru. Well, and the battle cruisers are running him around the entire map. It's a disaster. Oh my God. Cure. So, how do you counter it? If you're looking for a real answer, is Mass Viking with way more bases of economy. Mass Viking Raven. More of the same thing when you have so many more bases. He chose to build instead 10 barracks. And now, well, he has killed exactly 0 battle cruisers. There are 24 Marauders and 56 Marines on the map. Well, let's see. Is that enough? Maru looking the other way. Will lose his first battle cruiser. Wait, does he not have jump? I guess he jumped in. Those cruisers don't have jump. It's on cooldown. Gets away with one. That's odd. Yamato, he's actually just fighting. He may win that fight. Yamato, or he jumps away. Kira's setting up for another attack. By the way, Kira's had a supply lead for this entire time. Of course, that supply is in a bunch of Marines and Marauders, which so far have not had resounding success against the battle cruisers, but here we are. And by not having resounding success, I mean he's lost 153 Marines and killed 1 battle cruiser, which seems like a lore-accurate KD ratio, and I do acknowledge that not every Marine died to battle cruisers, but many of them did. And well, Maru, plenty of BCs. 4 Vikings at a time. Cure now finding the antidote to the battle cruisers, but possibly and probably too late. He's got 1 more big base trade. The army supplies, are incredibly misleading. Though, the fact that it's only 1-2 upgrades. The siege tanks. Well, the Vikings will kite down. Cure's a bunch of tanks. The bio ball is just rolling in, but siege tanks on either side taking big hits out of it. The battle cruisers are strafing through the rest of the base. There's still plenty of siege tanks over at the fort. The battle cruisers killing absolutely everything out of the production. So, the question will be, oh my God, how many armories has... This is like the 5th or 6th armory that Maru has built this game. Another battlecruiser is going to be taken out. The buildings are floated. They won't make it. The battlecruisers are still carving out the main base. As we go into a chaotic base trade. No, don't load up into those medevacs, Cure. Cure loads in medevacs that are like a strong gust of wind away from death. Oh yeah, that really expedited things. He can't help it. I've got 2 medevacs, must load up. Maru has already hidden the building in the corner, by the way. A single barracks, anticipating what could come down to a literal down to the building base trade. But well, let's see. That battlecruiser 39, 41. 41 kills, 29 kills, 43. Oh my god. A battlecruiser's working through. 2 more command centers on the way from Maru. Couple starports for Cure. The battlecruiser, they're still going. Like, Cure has decided it's time to go. Will he jump back? Or will he just work on the base? Well, actually, well, look who's back. The battlecruisers lines up the Yamatos on the Vikings. Might be able to take out one more oh my. What a disaster piece. Well, 3 SCVs to 8 to end things. But Maru, with the command of the battlecruisers, is able to take it home. But oh Cure, what have you done? What if I send a few hundred more Marines? Which is certainly a choice you can make. Is it the right one? Alright. Well, while we spend our time contemplating that, now we contemplate post-youth. No, I don't mean daily life. I mean the very odd map we have as relatively common in the pool now. Well, so it feels like there were a lot of opportunities. Like, Cure had a few dozen exit ramps where he could have swerved into the more mass starport gameplay. He had a few dozen opportunities where he could have said, you know what? Maybe. Just maybe. I know it sounds crazy, but maybe Marines aren't the answer. But he did not take any of those ramps. He, well, at the end of the day, (1-0) Maru. What is this cheeky Cure? So far, I think this series has been an example of Cure outplaying himself. Between the early game kind of shenanigans and the later game frustration, Maru is just like, Maru has sat there, done a bit of fancy micro, and then built battlecruisers, whereas Cure is over here near the fancy advertisements, reenacting what happened most of that last game there in that ad. It's raining men, but where was I? Oh, I got so distracted. He got too much in his own head and so locked down that he couldn't get out. It's Maru's world, and we're just living in it. I do think Cure has a mental block, especially against Maru as well. They've faced, I want to say, almost every GSL for the last few years at some point. And I'd be surprised if Cure has taken more than like one series, as he had every advantage, but he should maybe be playing Major League Baseball with those throws. So now we're going to sit in our base. We're spending time pontificating about that last game, because here on Post Youth, you got a ramp and 2 bases behind it. So it's a single base ramp, 2 bases behind it, and you're both Terran. Well, that's a recipe for a defensive start. Right up until the medevacs come out, and now things are going to get way more complicated very quickly. So Kier sends out a Cyclone drop. Maru sends out... well, there's like everything in there. High five. See you later. See you on the... All right. Yep. Good luck. Good luck. I'm kind of surprised Kier didn't at least try to drop out the Cyclone, but here we are. Maru into the main base. Widowmine burrows behind the factory there, though. A Viking moving around. Maybe sacrifice a Marine to the mine. We'll get it. Viking. Not able to kill it off. It looks like Cure's medevac is moving to intercept now. Ah, yes. The Dance of Death. Locks on. Gets it. Maybe gets the Reaper. Oh my god, he doesn't. And now Cure is going to be chasing down Maru's army, but Maru is sending whatever random units he has out on the map. And here we go again. Gonna play footsies with the medevaxies. That doesn't really roll off the tongue, but... as they just keep going around in circles, Cure pulls back and sends the Cyclone drop out again. Locks onto the mule. Won't even pick it off. He's not getting there. He gets close, but... Maru just... slightly too fast. And that's been the story of the day so far. Get to the medevac! And somehow... still... oh, Maru was repairing it! Oh my god. Where did this Widowmine come from? Hits a tank directly in the forehead. Or, if you anthropomorphized it, where a forehead would be. Siege tank Chan, please. Nope, moving on. Ooh. Vikings. Siege tanks. Medevac. Marine. Cyclones. I know the names of all the units, and I'm willing to use them, as this fight also featuring so many different units. It's gonna come down to the interference matrices. Scrambles 2 of the tanks. Targets down the one in the background. And Cure has no tanks. And that means he's gonna be forced back here. Nope, goes forward. All right. With another badly bruised medevac. He has the Vikings. We're gonna try this. Okay. This seems a bit optimistic. Here does not have a 3rd command center, though. So he really wants to get something done. Just a 1 siege tank. Intercepts the Vikings. That's a big deal. Liberator coming up. Picks up the tank on the low ground. Maru just clears this up. Gonna try to intercept more of the Vikings. Knocks another one down. Maru going through the mineral wall. The Liberators are here. But the tanks and the Marine count is still high enough to deal with it. They still jockeying for position. Just back and forth. Will they? Won't they? That tank definitely won't. Ravens scrambles the tank in the back line. The Liberators he's gonna deal with the old-fashioned way. A lot of bullets. Liberators not nearly as tanky as Battlecruisers. And now, well, oh, okay. And then it just ends. Yeah, that's it. and then he just doesn't have any units left. Well, unceremonious, yet not unexpected. As Maru just cleans it up with the Ravens. And here we are. Maru on match point. Cure, I think, is outplaying himself about as hard as Maru is putting in the effort here. Cure, too busy worrying about what Maru's about to do, and not worried so much about what Cure is about to do. Now, I think he's doing strategies and styles that work against essentially everyone but Maru. I bet Cure has like a near 100% win rate on the ladder. But today, not so much. Alright, Gitansi. We're doing it live. Alright, raiding my stream. Just like Maru raids Kira's base. With love. And good wishes. I assume. Are they? Scouting depots. Factory on the way. And Kira's going for a 1 gas expand up against Maru, who's got your more conventional 2 gas. Get all your tech out. Have options. This map is notorious for tank pushes. You can actually hit these this gas geyser with a tank from the low ground here, which is just oodles of fun. For the receiving end of that, totally, 100%. One of my favorite things is getting poked by a siege tank from like half a mile away. But we'll see if Maru has any interest in that. Well, Maru has an interest in putting siege tanks wherever he can possibly get them. He manages to get his units in the way or out of the way so quickly that you barely even realize they were there. It's just a day late and a dollar short so far for Kira. Starport. That's what it looks like. Did you know the Starport is the fastest building of the production facilities for Terran? Yeah. Barracks Factory, then Starport. So that's why it's relatively easy to build some more on. I mean, it's like 10 seconds less, but a very quick building. Okay. Constructing building. You know what? You got it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the specifics. The point got across. And now Maru has a starport done. And he could start his Viking production. What am I saying? Of course it's going to be a medevac. He's going to start juggling units in and out of the medevac. Let's not be silly here. Siege tank on the way for Cure. But Maru's going to build a medevac, and he's going to get so much mileage out of it. People are going to start making hypocritical threads when he starts calling for green energy with that medevac over there. Afterburners. Do you know how much Vespine gas those expend? It's about 100, actually. It's not that bad. The starport itself. Either way, moving on. Interference matrix for Cure. This time around. Maru following this up with 2 Vikings. So he's going to go for the more conventional options. Is that a tank? Oh my god. He just drops the tank out. And good hit on the Marines. Wait, is he in range? Is he? He's not. Oh my god. If that tank had toes and it stuck them out, it would hit. All right, something to think about. Not for too long though. Be careful. What's with me and siege tanks today? Don't ask, don't tell. Siege tank. Maru looking for another angle, and he's gone. Here gonna siege up, but Maru has already moved on with his life. Spots the tank position, and... Oh, is he late? He's late? Okay. And Cure, just to be sure, gets the scramble. Oh, picks off a Raven on the way out and actually gets out with the Viking just in time. More tanks on the way across. Maru taking a 3rd base on location. So he's not hiding from it. Third base for Cure is somehow going to be more vulnerable despite being in Cure's main. He's now supply blocked as well. Has to build several depots. SCVs are preemptively set up to repair the tank. Not sure what he was looking for there, but the Viking count for Maru allows him to kind of work his way forward. Liberators for Cure. Or no, for Maru as well. What am I saying? All Terrans look alike to me. And also, I can't tell them apart. And also, I'm a dog, so everything's gray. Moving on again. Maru doesn't even have an add-on on his Rex. He's just incrementing out Marines. He's so aggressive, but he hits the tank. Vikings on deck. He's just dropping on the tanks. He's gonna go straight for it. What do you even scramble here if you're Kirk? Oh my god, he scrambles the tanks, but the Vikings, it feels like, well, he can't really follow it up with anything, and the Vikings are still going to work. Looks like he will get the tanks. He used all the energy here. And Maru has no production behind this. Is he going mech again? Kira has survived. It looks like Maru may... No, stop. Stop. Could you just stop for a second? Literally, no. This is the most optimistic of these attacks so far. Another tank on the way across. Maru, to slow down is to die. Maybe literally, in this case, as Cure has the better army. He just can't seem to fight with it. Maru just keeps running, juking and jiving. Shadow boxing right now. And Cure's had enough. He's done. No, wait. He's coming back around. But now Cure, Cure! Maru's in... Where are you going? Cure, come back! He just locked him out of his own house. Maru! I was like, hand me your keys real quick. Cure hands him the keys. Wait, why? Why did you think? Well, the boys are pulled. And for a surprisingly low but still heavy cost, Maru is driven out of the base. He loses only 7 SCVs. Maru starts the fusion core on the other side of the map. And he's just gonna go Battlecruiser because why not? Who's going to stop him? What is the antidote? Where is the cure? How about more Marines, says Cure. Oh my god. Oh my god, was that Maru? Did Maru actually just spray GG down before? I don't remember if Cure SCV scouted. But I think Maru may have sprayed GG and then started the fusion core. Wow. I choose to believe it. I choose to believe that's what happened. I didn't see the early game. There's a chance that Cure did that earlier on with an SCV scout, but... My god. Armory's on the way. I think this one will survive. Cure in a much worse spot than we saw on Oceanborn. He doesn't have the 80 supply lead. He doesn't have total map control. He has a decent army out there, and his upgrades are okay, but Maru already has battlecruisers in production. He's got plenty of tanks. He's delayed Cure's third for most of the game so far. He just landed it. And Maru has more SCVs as well. A planetary fortress on the way at the fourth. And if that completes, it's going to be almost impossible for Cure to do any more damage. There's no... Ha! Cure's found the counter to the Vikings. No air units. Not exactly sure I'd recommend that to your average player, but here we are. That is going to make it a scan. Oh my god, he missed the fusion core. Feels almost implied, but... Shelling the planetary fortress. Combat shield is now done, but the battle cruisers are on the field. Those tanks doing a lot of damage here. No, he's just gonna back off. All right, Cure. Starports. Okay, he's gonna try to fight it heads up. The battle cruiser just the flying laser bathtub, just picking off the Marines. So the downside here is that Cure doesn't really have the overwhelming economy to kind of flood the field with Vikings and deny the battlecruisers. But at the same time, battlecruisers, these are not the most agile units for Maru. So we can't just jump across against Kira right now. So we'll see. A scan spots the majority of the army. A siege tank's already in position. Battlecruiser. Can't believe the battlecruiser's still there. Kira backs off. Mass turrets. Preparing for exactly what's about to happen. Will he unload any of the units? I guess that's technically a no. I thought he may just commit anyways, but... Tank went the wrong way. Scouting depot. Things slowing down. Mass Vikings across the board. Cure? I mean, the Marines still give him map control. Marines are probably the most efficient way to do so, but Maru is comfortably, he's been on 4 bases, going for 5. Battlecruiser count, he's at 3, building 2 at a time. How many Vikings for Cure? He's evened up the count. 14 to 14. Ship weapons level 1 is done. Maru does have plating, which is very important for the Marines, or fighting against the Marines. Not as important against the Vikings. Maru's just taking his half of the map. There are only 6 bases on either side, which I think severely, not severely, but definitely favors the mech player in this scenario. A battlecruiser player. Less ground to hull against the Marines. You can definitely lock down the options, and he's already done so. Scans across the board. The battlecruisers will traverse the Ghost River and head towards the natural and force a very awkward scenario because Marines, maybe next patch, but they cannot tactical jump, which that's a conspicuous scan right there. Out of Maru. But Kira doesn't seem to be considering it. The battlecruisers are heading towards the natural. There's a single Viking left behind here. Just gonna strafe right through it. And Kira has to decide whether he stays or whether he goes back. Because if he stays, it's gonna be trouble. But if he goes back, twice as much potentially. So, battlecruisers, just 19. SCVs, 21. Finds a Viking, takes out a Viking. And just jumps away. Oh my god, run! Well, he figured out where the battlecruisers went. That's a lot of Sky Terran right there. Some heavy metal. Oh god. Alright. 34 Vikings against 27. With 7 battlecruisers. The Vikings? Well, a single Raven. A single Raven. A single Dorito dust could significantly increase the damage output of this entire army. That one Raven is possibly the most important unit here. Anti-armor missile, the Dorito dust takes hold. Yamato cannons from downtown. And the Vikings are obliterated. But the battlecruiser still working on the front. Tanks have to pull back. Gonna try to pick off some of those cruisers. Has enough to one-shot battlecruisers. Huge. Ship weapons level 2 isn't even done, but the Vikings unloading massive volleys. The battlecruisers take it out. The Vikings on either side. We've cut the map in twain. Cure? I think the victor in that fight so far. He's lost less gas overall, though. A few more minerals. He actually still has some gas in his main. He hasn't been mining from it ever since the battlecruisers ransacked the place. A tenuous pause in hostilities, as they both have sensor towers to see if anyone gets close through the demilitarized zone here. Yeah, here we go. The upgrade slightly in favor of Maru, 2-2. I guess technically there's the bio upgrade. Are there even any Marines left? There are 14 Marines somewhere, which is probably a liability. Building armor on the way for Maru. The Battlecruisers. Find one of the tanks. Maru forcing the issue. Finds an opportunity. How many starports? 6 to 7. Kier's still getting bio upgrades here. I don't know if that's worth the gas, but why not, right? Maru starts the turret push forward. How many battlecruisers? He has 5 of them. Yamato cannon still a very valid option. Did Maru ever get an interference matrix? He didn't for his Ravens. So, may have overlooked that one. Kier still has it, so he could potentially lock down the battlecruisers. Anti-armor missile probably. The Viking flowers are artisanally created here by both sides. And he just drops it. Oh my god, he just eats the entire thing. Just stacks it up. That's a show of down. We're Dorito dust on both sides. The Vikings unleashing hundreds of missiles. And I honestly have no idea. Come on, they got. We'll just have to see when the smoke clears and the Dorito dust dissipates. The anti-armor missile adding 2 damage per hit to everything, which, well, when you're firing off that many shots, and if the Marines are involved at all, it's a big deal. But Kier's actually feeling like he can't hold this location. He's building 4 more Ravens at a time. The Vikings are coming back down. There is still an advantage, but another anti-armor missile. The Yamato cannons get a few more kills. He's kiting back. Another battlecruiser, using them as tanks. The laser bathtub's coming through, but a few Marines on the low ground gonna help out. 1 more BC taken out. And Kier finding an opportunity. Kites back. Another battlecruiser down. And here we go. The anti-armor missile still helping out. Another battlecruiser comes up. That Raven doesn't have enough energy. Not as good for tanking in the skies. Just obliterating each other here. Ship weapons level 3 now completed. For Kier before Maru. But he's gonna have 3-3 momentarily. And the tanks have been shelly underneath all of this. Drops down an auto turret. Draws some of the tank fire. Scrambles the tank on the back line. The bio army is back in the fight. And we'll take out the turrets. Sensor tower on the agenda. Oh, but Thors are here. Wait, what? He built some Thors. Throw those in. Battlecruiser Thor. Maru has built the box art Bronze League Heroes composition. Whereas Kier is back to the bio. And Thor's well enough countered by Marauders. Kind of surprised at how many Marauders Kier is building. Concussive shell is not going to work on metal of that magnitude. Three more battlecruisers on the way. SCVs. Oh, Yamato's knock out the planetary fortress. SCVs are fighting a siege tank. You're trying to free up some supply. Maru doesn't have that much money in the bank. He's retreating here. Still has a couple tanks on the back line. Scrambles one of the battle cruisers. Looking for more. Gets another one. Dealing with the tanks. No anti-armor missile. The bio army is cleaning up the ground. Maru still some control of the skies. Trying to fight battle cruisers with Marines. So far, so okay. Kier? Well, where are we at? Kier has mined a few more minerals, but a lot less gas. But pretty quickly, we're going to get to the point of counting how much is left, not how much has been spent. As they're both still maxed out. Maru with a bit more gas in the bank, and that's a lot. That's 7 battle cruisers, 24 Vikings, 2 Thors. I think we're like 3 battle cruisers and 8 Vikings past the threshold for a lot. And we've gone from a decent amount to a lot, quite decisively. I will brook no debate. Huron Ghost River, but battle cruisers. 26 Vikings for Kier. He's leaning into the Marines again. The 7 Ravens are the most important units in the game right now, by a pretty large margin. He can scramble or dust the Battlecruisers, and he's going to need to. But Cure is back to the Marines. The Yamato cannon's getting free pay. I do love that. He realizes his days are numbered, so decides to get something done in the first place. The Thors. There's a lot of Marauders on the ground, which aren't going to contribute much to the Battlecruiser fight. But here we go. Where are the Ravens? Getting involved now. Scrambles most of the Battlecruisers. The Marines are helping out. The anti-armor missile, a huge factor here. Still one tank on the high ground. The Vikings, point-blank range. The Battlecruisers are still taking the damage. And Maru, he just has too much metal meat. Oh, he jumps forward! The tactical dunk! There's just too much HP. The bathtubs go forward, and Cure gets cleared from the field. The Marauders might have been helpful, but he needed more anti-air, and Maru has educated him yet again. He went back to the Marines, and they seemed like a great idea at the time. You know, that's maybe overselling it, but Cure brought this game back to something resembling even. But he slipped back to the barracks once again, and they just aren't enough to deal with the Battlecruiser. All right. Maru, 3. Cure, 0. Tell them to like and subscribe, Twitch chat. Thank you for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed. Hopefully it made your day a little bit better. Got the means of motivation, YouTube membership, Patreon, or just checking out the second channel as well for more content. How exciting. If you got more hours in there. I'm not here to judge. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. Good luck, have fun. Stay chill. I didn't think I'd cast the whole thing, but here we are. I thought that it was actually way better than the finals. Finals were a disaster. Okay, not a disaster, but quite painful. I was just expecting one game, but here we are. Yeah, Cure. A consistent punching bag. Alright, those of you on the YouTubes, like and subscribe. We got 100 likes. How exciting. And we'll be restarting the stream with some Planet Crafter. We're almost, well, we're a lot further along on that. So StarCraft and then Planet Craft. Working our way down. And then Arts and Crafts will be next. But thank you for watching. And if you're on Twitch, don't go anywhere else.